Okay, let's see. Copy. Copy, copy, copy. Copy, copy, copy. Boom, 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 there we go. That should do it. Oh, you know what I probably need to do? There you go. That should work. Okay, let's see what we got going on here today. What up, William? First one in. 1 minute, 22 seconds. How are you, William? William. Oh, let me clear my glasses. Got my freaking wackadoo. There we go. There we go. There we go. Now I can see my hair doing. Okay. How you doing, brother? Let's see what's going on the internet. What up, freak out? The end is nigh. This is the end. Beautiful friend. This is the end. My only friend, the end. It hurts to set you free, but you'll never follow me. The end of laughter and soft lies. The end of danger. Yeah. Just kicked my microphone. This is the end. What you mean, freak out? The end of what? Most importantly. With each end comes a new. And this is an invasion. What? That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay. All right. My apologies. Let's see what's going on here. LA mayor stunned. It's like homelessness is going up. The Doors movie is free. Oh, yeah. You know what? One of these days, okay, I've got a lot of stuff on my plate for the rest of this month till about, the month till about the 30th or so of August. I want to set up, and I thought about doing this before, back when I had like 500 subs, but now that I'm up past 2,500, I think we could try it. I want to do a movie night, but we got to find a different platform. We got to do like Stoo mate. Got to find a different platform. So either like Discord, Rumble, something like that, where we can. It's not publicly broadcast because you can't publicly rebroadcast freaking memes. So we'll see. Thanks, JH brother. But I can't. I have like a freaking disease. How's it go? Thank you, brother. I grew it myself. It's going good. Go good. What up, Glenn? Hello from British Columbia, Canada. What do you think about Spain? Dude, that's some crazy stuff that's going on. Jesus is Lord. He gave his life to save us and rose again. John 3:16. For God so loved the world, he gave his only son. That so whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. That's right, brother. That's right, brother. All right, let's see. Why are there 4,000 spears under the sea? Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Let's find it. So, see what's going on in Spain. We saw that. I told you, brother. I don't want to hurt you. Hey, John Goldbody. Rich, please just keep being awesome, man. You're a breath of fresh air. Thank you, John Goldbody. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that very, very much, John. I promise I will. I promise I'll continue. Thank you, John. Bam. Bam. Hey, Russian guy. I'm your Huckleberry. What up, Walrus? Well, I was just watching the real Woodstock 1969, both Led Zeppelin and the Doors from there. Yeah, listen, and I almost made it to the 25th reunion. Ended up in the hospital, though. I'm your Huckleberry. You want a preview of future of attacking Russia? I love this freaking community. You guys are great. All right, let's see. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on. The migrants that just stormed the border in Ceuta are saying there's nothing to do there and they're leaving. So I wonder if this was a freaking... So a bunch of people from like the Morocco or the Moroccan border just stormed Spain and now they're leaving? Hold on, let's see what this says. Hold on. I wanted a better life, but found there's only hunger and misery. Migrants complain there's nothing to do in Ceuta after desperately storming the border. I'm going back. I wanted to join my mother in Spain. Everything was closed, including cafes. One cigarette sold €2. So, and they want it, so it's not better than where you're coming from? That's true. Jeez. That's too much. Too expensive. So wait a second. So you had enough money to get here, and you had €2 to spend on a cigarette. So one baguette was €3. The Moroccans are really harsh and oppressors. There's nothing to do here. Now listen, wouldn't you have checked before leaving your nation, crossing a border, swimming around the wackadoo? The locals have treated us badly. Shops are closed. There's nothing. Jeez. So Fauci, it was on the news, his diary said over 1,000 people died today from COVID. Glad they made a baseball card about me. Yep. How are you, James? And they're wearing like fashion brand, like Christian Dior and freaking the problem in our society. We grow up if that's a problem in our society, we grew up has that has that idea to have that better life. We should go to Europe. So that's preached to you guys, like to the youth in your society. I tell you what, it's preached here too to the youth in America that America is the worst place to be, that everywhere is better than America. They say that, but they also say you should bring everybody to America. Now, whether they want that because they think other people in other places know how to run countries better, so that if we have mass migration in America, that they'll run it like the place they just left. And that's often what it seems like people try to do. But that's very, very weird that we're teaching our youth only parts of the history. Look at the planned invasion. No kids, no wives, no... Right. Soldiers. I agree. Yeah, right. Why wouldn't you bring your wife and kids? It's probably bored military-aged people. Media blowing things out of proportion. Again, manufacturing panic. The situation was nowhere as bad as they made it. I mean, listen, that's just the norm. That's just the norm. I agree, though, Ron, brother. Funny how how left everybody says Trump is a Hitler, Nazi, and all these other things. Wouldn't Fauci be on par with something like Hitler or Nazi or whatever? So there was an actual very interesting thing going around. You had a bunch of people telling other people not to read Fauci's diary. Like people actually saying, you wouldn't want people reading your diary, so you shouldn't read Fauci's diary. Like it was a moral wrong to read someone's diary. Why would people say that? It's not a moral wrong to see if you've been lied to. Not teach. I don't know how to explain. I understand what you mean. That's the sentiment. That's how people talk. Like everything sucks here. Our leaders are our oppressors, and everything's better everywhere else. We have the same speech, the same type of thing that goes on here in America. Everything here, every leader's horrible. Everything's bad. Everything sucks for everybody. 600,000 men? Jeez, suspicious at least. Yeah, it's definitely suspicious. They don't bring the children, women first. They have to risk the journey so they can make a safe base and bring the families over. Fauci's a modern day professor. That's what it's coming to seem like, brother. You people are insane. Okay. Exactly. Yeah. I feel your Walrus. Yeah, it's the same type of thing. You want your youth, the people in the upper echelons want their youth to fight for something, to make it feel like their vote is like standing on the front line protecting your homeland. So they make it seem like, oh, these people are so bad, but don't worry, we can vote our way out of it. It's just not true. Yeah, I don't know. I'm guessing. I mean, Ruby, have you read through any of the diary? It's rough stuff. What's up? Live to survive. Like a safe military base. It makes perfect sense. You're rude. Yeah, like Under Armour, Nike, Adidas. Trained Muslim bullies. Like they're not wearing inexpensive clothing. Yes, I got no idea, brother. I never met the guy poop fart. Is this Africa? This is the north tip of Africa where Spain, the very, very north tip of Africa, where the Strait of Gibraltar is, that basically where this area connects or is separated by Spain. They are not refugees. Yeah, they're not refugees. Absolutely, yeah. Bullshit, that's all cheap stuff like made in China. Like your US stuff all the way. I mostly read someone's diary like, okay, yeah, surely I like today suck. I broke up with my girlfriend, etc. It's different. Dear diary. Yes, it's so nuts. Imagine if they weren't caught at all, other than running around dangerous, desperate scenario. Yeah, it's crazy. Too many at once. And right, and they all had like the same brand floaty device and everything. Like, you know, like you just saw those people with that little like fake tire inflatable floaty. Like they had, if you watched the one from yesterday, they had like hundreds of them and they were littered all over the beach. They all look like the same brand. That's what it looks like. It looks like it's gonna happen. Lindsay? Oh, K. Lindsay Jr. But and the thing that they're saying that there's nothing to do there and cigarettes are expensive, so they're leaving. Like so it's probably like a teen takeover. They're just like, hey guys, I got an idea. Where stuff's like 6 feet made up mask. That was made up, right. Yeah, massive Fauci got the TV out. People heart problems, clouds, Fauci stuff, blood clots. Yep, it was a lot of crap, and even though now, like he was saying to put 3 masks on and stuff like that, it was very, 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 very profitable for him. And look at those freaking Nike shoes and freaking Adidas slippers and whatnot. They get dumped off. So I think they walked to their beach in Morocco and then they floated around the outcropping where the border wall was, and then came up on the other on the Spanish side. Yeah, he seems mad. He seems like a mad scientist. And listen, it was really disheartening to see him plead the fifth 111 times, or whatever it was. Let's not forget those basically Moroccan cities still under Spanish consulate. Yeah. But I understand that. Yeah. And everybody, these thousands of people just decided all on the same day at the same time to do it. This is what it's weird. Like, I can understand that, like, people coming 2, 3, 4 at a time, 5 at a time, but thousands at a time, that just seems wackadoodle. Frank Vrooman says I'm so glad it's happening to Spain. Jeez, the boats will drop off more. That's what it seems like. Like, yeah, like who? Right, Walrus. Who was in the group chat saying, hey, thousands and thousands of us, let's go now, and all happened to have these all inner tubes together all at one time? And what shop had all of those fake inner tube little inflatables all available and in stock for those thousands of people to buy? I've seen 80,000 Americans scream USA, USA, we're number one. Never seen a stadium shout, we suck. That's right. And never seen one stadium shout, we suck either. Someone should have thrown shark jumped into the water. Definitely planned. Listen, you're not going to have a population just stand up, walk away from their homes, and just all go to one place at one time. It doesn't make any sense. It's not like, listen, if a bomb would have hit Morocco and then people fled that explosion, then I could see that happening. But they just woke up Thursday morning and said, everybody go. And they were prepared and had money in their pockets for cigarettes and baguettes. I understand pleading the fifth because you can incriminate yourself. What the hell is going with the color of the sky? Going to incriminate you, or the color of his tie? Yes. That was crazy. Spanish Prime Minister asked for this just a few months after declining to help America. Yep, it does seem kind of odd. Look at him cutting his eye. Look at him cutting his eyes at the camera. Sent by Mossad. Dun, 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 dun. And they're dressed nice. They're not in tattered clothing. They're not like I haven't eaten in weeks and I had to get here to. And cigarettes would be the last thing I would spend my money on. Europe is in Europe. That part of the colonial part of Africa. Shut up, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. I've also never seen, that wasn't Europe, that was Africa. I've also never seen someone show up with like a billion lawyers. What does that even do? Showing up with a zillion lawyers? Yeah, that's crazy stuff. It's the Jews. It's the Jews. That's so great. Pretty funny too that clothes come from an American whose ancestors killed 90% of Native Americans. It's pretty funny too that this comes from an American whose ancestors killed 90% of Americans. I don't think you understand how I think you didn't learn nearly enough about who was killing the natives and who partnered with the Americans. So yeah, you're almost there. Stop being so biased. Learn the history and come back at me, PR. Mossad is like the CIA for Israel, I believe. This reminds me of the Spanish Civil War right before World War II. And not an escape, an invasion. And his lawyers didn't even follow the rules. They didn't even sit in the correct spot. Yeah, I saw that too. That part was stolen from the African people just to take back a little story, bro. Who owned it before them? What are you talking about? Do you understand conquest? I don't think you do. Man, you're dressed like a man with a massive knee wagon. Oh, God. How long was Spain the leading world power? Long time. That's very touristy area in the summer. And what's interesting is how did they become so small? Back when Spain owned most of South America, all the way down to the tip, and the Horn, not the Horn, that's Africa. The bottom point of it, they own most of the world. So most people haven't learned enough history. Whatever your school taught you to, 100 years ago, 200 years ago. Open up a history book and go back 500 years, 3,000 years. The world was ever changing empires, constant conquest. You're just out of space and time. Very touristy. You got to start with that amount of people. Very touristy. They've been replaying Batman games. They're cool. I want street justice. Jesus Christ. Lord. Spreading disease, enslaving them, stealing their wealth, going on a killing spree. Okay, right. Which half? Native Americans took over other tribes to do the same shit. Exactly. When we got to America, there were slaughters going on. Just like in Africa, when other colonizers got to Africa, there was tribes slaughtering other tribes. So there's tribal songs thanking the colonizers for saving them from the evil tribes that were trying to enslave them, and then the tribes that were trying to do the enslaving have songs about how evil the colonists were. So it depends who you ask. Some people thought it was thankful. They were very thankful that they stopped their invasions and then they partnered up. But you only hear from the losing side. You don't call that killing. You from Europe, you're not American, you're European. Far from killing 90% of the dirt world. Yeah, it's completely wrong. He's completely wrong. That's the problem with people that think they know history. You've only gone back as far as where you're talking about. Go back another 100 years. And what was the plan? What was going on? The problem is there was no written languages in Africa or in America for the American Indians. So you don't have that history. You have what people have made up. And oral traditions, but you have to talk to the winners and the losers and to find the truth of what happened. Get the belt feet out. Yeah, that's what I think they're going to do. The movie Dances with Wolves had it backward about the Pawnee. They were a smaller tribe than the Dakota. 600,000 Muslims men at once is not tourists. Tourists don't come swimming on shore, right? What do you think can happen? And Fauci really became, what do you think can happen to Fauci, really? Because as far as I'm aware, he got pardoned, maybe contempt of Congress as far as I see. Yeah, that's probably all he can get is contempt of Congress. Most Native Americans were killed by Native Americans. Exactly, right, exactly. This is why there was a Thanksgiving. When the Native Americans accepted the colonists that came over, there was a Thanksgiving. They helped each other. The Americans, the Englanders that came over to America didn't slaughter the Native Americans. They worked together. They had babies together. They started everything up together. It wasn't until they became under attack from other Indians And this is the thing, you can't just say Indian or black. There was multiple tribes. You can't just say Africa. There was multiple tribes. There still are. And you're only talking about the ones that you happen to know about. There's a lot more to go on. Don't worry, I'm black. I can say that. Korea had slaves longer than any country on the planet. Yeah, that ended it. That ended it. Right. There are still other countries that still have slaves. There's more slavery in the world today than there was during the North Atlantic slave trade. That exchange between us and Spain is a normal part of history. We're behind the Andalus there, and after they come to us, now we go to them. What happened? One day, only day that cause we love street. Only say that because we love street justice. What up, Lord Alcatraz? It's funny how this concept of noble savage is the only thing people seem to remember. Right. It wasn't right. It's our education system's fault. They only go back far enough in history or far enough with the story to make sure that their narrative is complete. Because if they would go back another 100 years in history classes, it would fall apart. And that's the problem. This is why you have to understand that you don't learn much in school. The most you'll learn as an adult, as a human, is what you learn outside. Remember, you can't think outside of a box if you were educated inside of one. Are you the scientist from Independence Day? Scientists from Independence Day. Bam! Lock up your donkeys, your goat, your kids. We need to make America straight again. So because someone stole a TV from you, you can steal the TV too. That doesn't make any sense. No, that's not what I said. I don't even know what you're talking about. It wasn't stolen. It was conquest. This land was constantly under conquest. There was constantly, it wasn't like for the past 500,000 years, the Cherokee were on this area. They were constantly killing each other and warring with each other, and then they would have times of peace, but barely. As their families and tribes grew, they would bump up against other tribes. Then they would attack those tribes to get their resources. That's what was going on when we showed up, though. It was a time of peace on the East Coast. That's why they accepted the white man coming in. And that's why they had Thanksgiving. Because it was great. They were getting more stuff. Things were happening. There was somebody to trade with. But then they got attacked. The Indians from the Central and Western Americas came to attack the white settlers that were there making peace with the Indians of the East Coast. And then a lot of people got killed off. A lot of people, but it was attacks and wars. But they didn't slice the throats of the friendly Indians. No, they needed the friendly Indians to learn about the land and learn about this stuff. 600,000. Yeah, I don't think it's 600,000. What up, Stevie? This serious question: does Africa even have a written language today? Meaning they have slaves, so why not? So they've tried to have like Swahili as a primary language for a lot of South Saharan Africa. They've tried that in a lot of areas. They've tried it, but some people rejected it and had their own versions of it, and have chosen other languages. All the whites were like, why not include the Indians, right? And as an American, you're the last one who's allowed to talk. Y'all killed millions of Arabs, Koreans, Africans, through imperialism ideology. Look what y'all did to the Middle Eastern countries. What? Educated a lot of the Middle Eastern countries, taught them how to use the oil that was there on their lands for thousands of years, brought in, I don't even think beyond 1950 in the Middle East. It wasn't, they were still in the dark ages until Europeans came there and said, hey, you have this fuel, this oil that you guys can get rich with. Help them set up companies and trade around the world. You're only on the evil side of everything, not on how much has been helped and been created. Yeah, you're just hateful. Fauci does not have the Fifth Amendment right. Brown versus Walker. So right, he doesn't have the Fifth Amendment right. That's what was very weird. But what they brought him there for was lying to Congress after the Biden administration. So that's what they were trying to ask him for. Anything, if he would have been asked before that his pardon covered, he wouldn't have had a Fifth Amendment right. So and that's what they tried to do. But yeah, he wouldn't have had a Fifth Amendment right on stuff that he was already pardoned. Africa hasn't recovered since Carthage. Like and subscribe. Muslims sell Africans to say, yeah, Muslims still sell Africans, right? And a lot of time for a lot of this war after slavery ended in the European nations and America, we went to help stop slavery in other areas. That's what a lot of the war's for. But don't ask your history books about that. They won't tell you about that. They won't even tell you that there's currently slave go. You can do a Google search. How much slavery is in the world today? And there's more slavery today than there was during the North Atlantic slave trade. There's an argument that people are making about the pardon and being legit because of potential auto pen having been used. Auto pen, you think would be a smoking bomb. Yeah. History is written by the winners. That's correct. The victor. Yeah. Hey, crispy bacon, brother. Bam. Bam. Rich was a NASCAR driver and drove so goddamn fast. Never did make a checkered flag, but it never did come in last. You actually look a little bit like related to Howard Stern, too. I've heard that, too. Howard Stern. Kyle Petty. Gay. Remember, Columbus didn't conquer America. The Egyptians were here before the Vikings. You're right. And this is the problem with how people argue. They just want to argue. They don't want to learn. They just like, oh, you're white, so you're a freaking okay, cool, right? You're racist, awesome, great. But do you want to learn it or not? Do you want to learn what actually happened, or do you want to just yell at white people? Yeah, gullible, uneducated MAGA pigs and the dumbest morons in history. Am I uneducated? Am I uneducated? Or am I educating you and it hurts your feelings that you didn't know what I said, so you had to lash out? I think that's where you're at, buddy. The tribes were brutal. They killed everybody but young children, right? Right. No genetic evidence of that. What? I meant written African language besides English for the people that don't get it. Right? What up, Bob, brother? Native American title is a farce. How many native tribes were there? Right. And how many have moved around and whatnot? It's been, we have native DNA from areas in and around, and you can tell where people have gone through, but also that's also a changing subject because when we start using epigenetics, it goes farther and things delineate down differently. So it's not even, it's still a burgeoning field. Swahili, what up, lamb? Swahili, also known as Kiswahili. In my town, a sub-Saharan Africa migrant went to school with a canister of gasoline and threatened to torch the students. This is what labor is importing into Britain. Jesus Chrysler. Fauci will never go to jail. No, they won't go to jail. If you don't know how many American indigenous tribes there are, you failed the test of being an American patriot. Stoward Hearn. Yeah, we do have a written language before Europeans came to us. It's amazing, though. It's Arabic. More anti-Muslim Hazaburah. Americans did go anywhere to stop slavery. Nice try. What are you talking about? I didn't say Americans did. I said Europeans did. Too many people depend on history and too many people forget about it. All right, yeah. Dang, Rich got 122. Bam! Bring it on, people. Love those fragile ethno-fascist revolutionists. One word. Fragile. Kyle Petty. Saying this thing about smoking Bob, turns out AutoPen was used for Fauci's pardon. It's nullified. That would be so freaking funny. Research is a great acknowledgement. Agreed. First, no such thing as white people. Bam! Hit the like button. Bam! What up, Timothy? Howard Stern is definitely far left. Like and subscribe. First people to know what a woman is called is dumb. They prefer to be called casino Americans. Jesus loves you, Laws Pro. Look, I picked the wrong week to stop smoking crack. Lots of trolls. If you want to think historically about Europeans conquering Russians, the ice bridge. Yeah, it's not, you have to understand that when you have young teachers that only have been, when a place has to decide of a curriculum to sell to the government, to sell to an area, to sell to a university, they have to decide what area they're going to talk about, and then they want to connect. They want you to be able to go from high school to college and continue through. And you don't want to break a narrative that's been spun through that line. There's now defamation lawsuits happening regarding Nolan Wells. Yeah, I think I saw that. Kyle Petty. You have 102 of you. Bam, brother. Bring it on. What's up, Jesus Trump, baby? What's going on in here? What's going on in here? All right, hit the like button. Help a brother out. Help the brother out. Okay, let's see what we're doing next. I think I have a new favorite live stream. Hey, thank you, Drucifer. Welcome to the family, brother. Like, share, and subscribe. Oh, he said I look like Kyle Petty. Somebody said yesterday I look like the bass player from Rush. Not Gibby Haynes. That's what's it called? What's the guy's name? What's the guy's name? Lead singer from Rush. Bam! Geddy Lee. That's who he said I look like. I don't think I look like Geddy Lee. I found it stupid to blame any white Americans for what his ancestors did, Native Americans, but at the same time, it's history and we can't forget, ignore it. Right. Like, what's happened since then? What's happened since then that's been great? Geddy Lee. How do we fix America? I have the answer. Reform the education system. Only take about 10 years. I agree. Bam. Geddy Lee. I agree. The education system is a huge issue. I taught myself outside of the education system. And it's very possible to do. But when you sell a product like college, university, you underteach people in the under levels in like high school, junior high and high school, so that people will have the urge to spend money on an education. And that's wackadoo, right? We have the internet. We have chat rooms. We've got great places to have great information. And we shouldn't be stuck to curriculums. Curriculums has hurt a lot of people. We got Geddy Lee. Let's do let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals. Countries take care of their self-interest. America had excellent propaganda for a while. Yeah, that's a huge thing. And one of the big problems is between multiple countries. Like every country, China, freaking UK, America, Mexico, they've all got their own propaganda systems. Germany, and things don't seem to match up when you try to break everything down. Who was the drummer? Peart. Neil Peart. Neil Peart, drummer, Rush. Yeah, boy, what a freaking badass. Like, share, subscribe. We have way more. Bam, bring it on. I stay home. Neil Peart, looking like a rock star. The defamation is one of the least been filled so far. Some internet streamer, white rapper girl is claiming. What? Internet streamer, white rapper girl is claiming, saying Nolan. Who murdered him? Because of a girlfriend dispute. Oh, yeah, a girl that he never dated. Right. Roxaya. It's freaking hot. I got the text speak. Hey, no problem. Really cool. Glad to help, brother. Like the Bart guy never dated. Yeah, it's crazy. He had a black heart. College should be top 5% of population. The rest should be trade. Rush has a new. You know what? I never even considered that. Let's look at that. How I used to be, Dave. All right, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, Neil was a freaking beast. I recorded my band back in the early 2000s. Recorded in a studio that had Neil Peart's drum EQ set up. He had a rack that had vertical different. They were independent EQs on different segments, so it wasn't just like a multi-level EQ. They were actually different peripherals for each one. Each drum went into, and it was this big, huge green rack. I can't remember the. Nika Niles, Rush's new drummer, is insane. Bam. Yeah, Neil was a beast. Would you believe that academia curriculum harbors an agenda to preserve a narrative that's a euphemism for absence of comprehensive knowledge and understanding? No, how is it comprehensive? It's not. The problem is it's not comprehensive. They've got to fit what they want. Listen, when you sell education, people have to feel that they've got value out of that. How do you get apparent value? Well, it's supposed to be the jobs you get from that. But when there's not as many jobs available as graduates available, you make a final exam. And if it's you on that final exam, what you have learned, then you feel, okay, I passed this exam, so I got the knowledge that this course was meant to teach. Not comprehensive by any stretch of the imagination. Trump's masks off, very honest in this duplicity. Jennifer Rush, been watching the stream. Congrats to the Russian Jew. Bam, brother. Thank you, Dean. You've reached the limits of self-education. You benefit from a formal education. How do you know I've reached the limits? You haven't asked me anything else except for some very minor history. That's all you've even talked to me about. How do you know? What about anything else? Everyone says Neil Peart was the best drummer. I think Dan Carey's a tool. Dan Carey's is a badass drummer, but I still think Stuart Copeland is one of the best drummers out there. What do you know about the Moorish Americans? They're literally Moroccan because everything is their culture. I found it completely different from ours. America, baby. You can bring the Moorish people. America. People in my life. Jesus Trump, baby. People in my life that were educated in the USSR have been great at math, but my sample is biased. I met them at university and all were professors that came for the money. Yeah, Tool was great. Great band. Stuart Copeland. Do you even know what redlining is? America's inherently racist. Okay, diehard liberal. Yes, I absolutely do. Now look at how many white people were hurt from redlining. Come back, brother. Okay, after education, my education. So the problem is, diehard liberal, you're racist. So by you being racist, you only care about one race. You don't care about who was hurt. You just want it to have been black people. White people were hurt too, my friend. Go take a look. More white people were hurt than black people. Value is subjective. I agree. Value is, well, it depends what you're talking about. If you would have very general like that, value is subjective to people. But if you're talking about money, value, I mean, can be. You have reached the limits because you act smart. You can put me to the test, die hard. Don't just put me to the test. I'm here to prove myself. We are sorry, but the lifestyle you ordered is currently out of stock. It's definitely. What up, Drongs, brother? How many people misunderstand Trump is strange? I don't like how he speaks or a few of his policies. Yeah, I don't think it's white people weren't hurt by redlining in overall percentages, and you people love to talk about GDP. Cool, brother, die hard. Cool. What are you talking? Was it just black people? No, you want to manipulate the conversation so you can feel superior. I'm a liberal. You're just vile. You just want to fight, and you just want to say white people bad, America racist, even though America's done more to stop and prevent racism since the clearing of the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments. Check your Discord there. Say, picture is fabulous. Okay, all right, wrong, brother. You told me to remind you of the great Vancouver talk show host Pat Burns from the 70s. I did not get a chance. We'll look that up. Music is not about who's best. It's too subjective. The rebuttal is cool. Nice comeback. I don't agree with you. And you said I didn't talk about GDP. You said I was going to talk about GDP. Clown. Great. So I wasn't going to talk about GDP. Or whatever the hell you said. Let's see. I'm white, yes, but yes, white people can be bad. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, white people can be bad. Everybody can be bad. The problem isn't race. The problem is evil. The problem is people willing to hurt people to get what they want, white, black, or otherwise. Why don't we aim our guns towards that rather than trying to divide the populace? I think it's not a kick-ass way to do it. I think it hasn't been working. I think it's done worse for relationships in America, personal relationships, business relationships, everything. I think it's done more harm than good. AI dross is infecting Spotify with 10,000 compositions weekly. The 13th didn't end slavery, just made it so it's only legal for the government. Yep, subjective to people. Sorry, we're excluding the other sentient automation participants or academia. Of course, we're talking about people. Education value is subjective, which means it has to be relevant. This is why people continue to go to college, even though the value of college isn't a job. It's the degree. People want the degree. They find the value in the degree. And then when they get older and their degree doesn't make them any money, they find it less valuable. So it changes. It changes. How they feel about that value changes as perspective shifts. With with the Make America Healthier movement, do you think school lunches need to be overhauled? I remember the crap things, nacho cheese, crap. I absolutely, and I'm actually working on something to try to make that happen. I want added in vitamin and mineral density added into the meals that are added to our, especially elementary and high school, elementary, junior high, elementary, junior high, and high school lunches. Vitamin and mineral density absolutely should be added in. We shouldn't just say, oh, you're getting enough fat, protein, and whatnot. Because we have people with vitamin deficiencies and mineral deficiencies that go to the doctor, B12 deficiency, and the doctor says, you got ADHD, and they put you on ADHD meds, not checking first if you have a vitamin mineral deficiency. But when the crime gets brought back up, it's black people commit more crime. And I didn't say that. You just think you're arguing with someone that you're not. Yeah, I'm not the guy you think I am, brother. Yeah, I didn't say that. I didn't bring up that. Redlining hurt everybody, absolutely. And you just want me to shift into crime. I don't want to talk about crime. Yes, the problem is evil. The problem is people willing to hurt people to get what they want. I have the whitest MF you could imagine, but if you mess with me, my boy Coco or Xavier, you'll have a problem. That's how racist I am. Die Hard says gays are evil. That's rude. Die Hard, they're bringing up because of statistical fact. They want the paper. They want the paper, not the knowledge. Yes, and you can see, especially on the online representation, people say, I've got a degree, and very, very often they don't say what it's in. Because they were told that just getting a degree, a person with a college degree is more likely to make over $1 million in their lifetime, $1 million more than a high school graduate in their lifetime. That's what the narrative was. But unfortunately, the statistics weren't taught properly. The very, very very high earners, law and medical, end up shifting that up very high, and the very low make zero from their degree. So it shifts that money around. Define hurt. Otherwise, no one is talking about the same thing. Who's getting hurt by how much and who? All you see is hidden agenda of preserving a narrative that comes at expense of practical applications. Then it is you have lost the perspective of what education is. I know what education is, and I know what I want the education system to be. I think we've gone away from educating people in things that can help them in their lives. When I went to school, we had wood shop, metal shop, we had driving, we had industrial arts, we had home economics, we had how to balance a budget at home. We had things that helped you out in life rather than people learning just the basics of the top end of a very topical view of a bunch of different topics. So they weren't professionals in anything, so to speak. So then you have people that go through and then they continue into more art or liberal arts types degrees. But I can also understand why that is. I can also understand that we don't have as much manufacturing in America to have need for all that, but we don't have enough desk seats for people to have well-paying jobs for those industries. The white people are also killed by police more on average. Do you think the tunnel was built from England to France to give the Queen and her family a quick escape route to CERN when they pull the doomsday lever? Definitely. And they have to pay back that money for the useless degrees. How did redlining hurt? You are uneducated. The same time, also, I don't think Michelle Obama approach answers either was ridiculous. I remember your food here, an entire bell pepper slapped on your plate. Boom. What up, Jim Bob? That's because you got to read per capita stats, and it's true. After history of slavery and Jim Crow, etc., it's not really a surprise reaction of human nature, in my honest opinion. Yeah, I think he's rage baiting. It's not an excuse. It's built for reasoning. School system is creating a bunch of cult members. It feels that way. Listen, and depending on what school system you're in, it's different cult members, but they're still cult members. People aren't educated to leave the education system. The way we're educating a bulk of the kids is to want to stay in the education system. Think, oh, this degree wasn't worth anything, so I'll go in for another. We're going for another. We got 9 million kids defaulting on their loans. Has to be rage bait, right? Because I don't agree with you. You don't have to agree with me. Who's right? All you said is that you came in saying that because of redlining, America's racist. And I said white people got hurt also. So it doesn't make it race indicative of just race. Collectibles. That's the way it's just someone who works 20 hours of overtime every week had to make more too. All right, that's true. Read Ulysses. You'll thank me later. Redlining did hurt poor white people. Mortgages denied economic reasons, job, education, assets, but color was used as an independent factor. Yep. Yeah, right. But you can't say freaking like if you want to push race relations in a negative way, then you can absolutely manipulate the topic or manipulate the argument to exacerbate race relations, and I just don't think it's helpful. People got hurt, like there's trans Trump supporters, there's gay Trump supporters, so it's like people are like, but only so many little bit of them. Okay, great. So now you want to worry about the percentages. I also, time I don't think about Michelle Obama approach was either healthier food here as an entire bell pepper on your plate. Yeah, nah. That's even liberals would hate that. Degrees are largely dope around the world, pretty arrogant, which makes them turn into less employable people in the long run. I can see your argument. What do you say, housing market today? Die hard. Me? So I'm actually in the housing market today, and kind of sucks. But I'm lucky I got into it, years ago. So everything's still working out, but I'm not getting what I want for the money. Needless to say, any veracity to say claims a slavish determination preserving a narrative in Western education that I suppose would be difficult to judge if is an American education. Yeah, we're talking about America. We were talking about America, and most Americans get an American education. I'm not anti-education at all. I want education reform. I want prison reform. I want health reform. I want a lot of things changed. At least I can see the issues and I can see the results. You have to at the end of the day, whenever you apply something, you have to take the results of that application to see if it was worthwhile. That's all I'm getting at. You can get all the education you'd like on the same device for free. And I agree too. I think we should start teaching the kids younger that when you decide what you want to go to college for, first try to learn as much of it on your own to see if you even want to spend the money. Because I see thousands of kids saying, I'm in my 4th year and I hate this, but I'm already freaking $180,000 in debt. And not really, but a lot of money. It's racist because nobody can afford a house now. Racist. U.S., it feels like it, brother. Vis-a-vis, America is not counted among Western civilization. Redlining is necessary. If you live in a neighborhood where your car is likely to get stolen or broken into, of course, your insurance is going to be higher. Did you ever get a chance to do some research on the elites purchasing 50,000 guillotines? I remember you saying that. Let me see. Yeah, we'll look at that. Let me finish up here. Okay. Let me see if I can find anything on it real quick. Purchase of 50,000 guillotines. Okay, a claim that government purchased tens of thousands of guillotines is completely... Okay, now this is just the AI overview, so I'd like to see where it came from. The Armed Services Committee. Government purchased 30,000. Do you remember? Whiz. No, my friend. I'm sorry. I don't remember you, my friend. The problem is college. The job fields, a lot of jobs that don't require a degree now require one. You need a business degree and a manager, McDonald's, various other, because there's so many people to choose from. There's so many people to choose from now. So now those jobs that were entry level or just above entry level can say, hey, I want somebody that can put their time through college and do well, rather than just saying I want a high school. And it also moves people up the age gap. Rather than hiring a 16-year-old, you're going to be hiring a freaking, a 21 or 22-year-old if you say you want a degree of any kind. We have many millions in grants, scholarships go unclaimed every year. Your college doesn't need to include your loan. Agreed. We need to let more people know about this. We need to let people know that grants.gov is a thing. And look, you hear the especially now, you hear a lot on the conservative side about all of this nonprofit money. Okay, great. Well, who's getting the money through where? And are they coming through these grant systems and whatnot? Is there something that you can get money for? Is there something that you can help yourself and your community with, or your schooling and your education? Right, millions and millions of dollars of education that aren't going anywhere. I grew up in Mississippi, where certain understanding of how things come yet, I think. I came to understand. Yet everyone just thinks we're racist. Yeah. Elon Musk announced will be funding the Republicans. Yeah, he's starting back up the America PAC. But it's quite the opposite in my mind. We're coexisting there. Well, bio. So the amount that Soros is putting in was I can't even remember the number. I want to say 308 million. And so Elon's creating a pact to surpass that actual coexistence. Now, it's not always pretty. Since Trump infiltrated the Freedom Haulers Directive, I'm thinking about getting my CDL. You should listen. If you don't mind driving, if you think you can be good at it, now's a very good time to get into long haul driving, on the road driving. What's the issue when your ideology becomes your identity? You take disagreement as an attack, which is not. I agree with you right there, absolutely. And I think we've gotten to a place where people would rather dislike you off the bat because they think you're a liberal or they think you're a conservative, rather than saying, hey, where's our midpoint here? And if we all got together and at least figured out where our midpoints are, then we could start pushing the politics that way. Politics are downstream from culture. So we could start changing that. They'll do what we want to get those votes. If you hate whites, you're probably racist, period. This was 17 years ago. So 2009. I agree when you said they took up the shop, art, class, music at all the schools. Yeah, dude. I had wood shop. I had metal shop. Then I had wood shop or mechanical independent study. So I could go between the wood shop and the metal shop. I made a guitar. I made a freaking, not a hoverboard, a hovercraft. That you could plug in. It used not air conditioner. It used vacuum cleaner motors to fill the tube. That was an old inner tube from a tractor trailer tire. And we were pushing each other down the hallways until it unplugged. I mean, we got to do really kick-ass stuff that taught you a proper problem solving skills. I mortgaged my house in 2019. I think it was a good move. Probably. Values already skyrocketed. Yeah, that's good. The drive a stick shift prevents most thefts nowadays. Isn't that crazy? The area is growing fast. Yeah, it's growing fast down here too. If you didn't know it, Jesus wouldn't know the devil. Jesus wouldn't know the devil. What up, fun, cool brother? Do either y'all think people drawing the red lines did it to hurt somebody or to serve themselves? They're just inconsiderate, but they're inconsiderate but evil. I mean, yeah. Listen, the more you look into these things, you realize a lot of this stuff is just corporate greed. It's not we don't want black people. It was corporate greed. Absolutely. But that's the problem with being able to shift the narrative. You can make it sound like whatever you want. People would rather experience the book work. Yes. And when you find, listen, when I went to school, we also had VOTech, the Center of Applied Technology, and you could go. I learned small appliance repair. I learned welding, stick welding, and oxyacetylene, like a lot of good skills. I can name 10 people that could pass every ASE manic test, can't change their own oil. The lack of education is very depressing. The reasons we are in the situation we are nowadays is clearly one of the greatest factors to improve education for a brighter future. I agree that we've changed what is considered, what the point of it is first. A lot of people are getting vanity degrees and they're putting themselves in they're doing themselves such a disservice by spending so much money coming out the other side of college with such debt and no prospects. It just, and it's so easy to trick these kids into spending tens of thousands of dollars. That court case happened earlier this year, determined social media companies are addicting. I haven't seen the companies do anything about it yet. I think it's still going on. I saw that. I think it was Morgan & Morgan was the company that was. I agree. Reform's a good idea. I said you were aware of pursuing 2 revenue skill sets and then more on the side, all of which are bringing the money. Yeah. I mean, and that we can teach. Our education system hasn't really been updated to handle the current digital economy. There's a lot of ways to make money and to thrive. And we're not teaching that. We're making a lot of voters on both sides, people that just see the world in one way or the other, but that's pushed through their education system. I don't think it's kick-ass. I got Pal and Tap. Oh, there you go. For grants. There you go. I had a friend argue people should be required to take politics class before they ever get into politics. When I was in school, we had debate club. And debate club, you had to be the Republican arguing one point, and then you had to be the Democrat arguing that same point. So you had to see everything from both sides. That's all gone. Like that's something that we did for a week. And like that's I don't hear anybody except for in like high end like rich kids schools doing anything like that. And you have people coming out of freaking junior high politically gung ho conservatives or liberals that don't even understand it. There was some state lines very whimsically drawn after all sorts of debacles, arguments. Those lines will hold up to this day. It's a good metaphor for any division. Yeah, just so you know, don't use ground pork and spaghetti sauce. I'll use ground beef. Yeah, I don't use ground pork. Yeah, ground beef, but I'm happy with some ground beef. Agreed. It's peaceful to the kind only around those who agree as well. Also, the gradient of the elementary, middle, high school, bachelor's, master's, PhD is silly. The gradient of needed skills to survive is totally incongruent. And it's pretty obvious to the people that are on the opposite side of the education system. The people that are making money off of that think it's brilliant because they just look at their bank accounts and they're like, we're making that freaking money. All Democrats hate black people. U.S. Missile stockpiles dwindling. This is a thing also. My father worked as a subcontractor for the Navy building very interesting stuff, let's say. We have no idea. We know what they tell us, but what they tell us can absolutely be only if we hear, oh, the Americans are running out of bullets. That's just to let the propaganda machine get it out there so that the people against us or on the other side of the conflict hear that. Small engine repair in high school, they don't have a course anymore. Right. And I mean, and until this year, there was that whole right to repair thing. Companies didn't want that. Companies that lobby our Congress, they don't want you knowing shit. They want you paying for stuff. What? Oh, Richard, what up, Papa Bear? All about keeping the herd in manageable groups. Got a welding certificate from Votech. Yeah, so did I. It's Center of Applied Technology North in Maryland. Modern day shop would be FPGA program. The handyman could work of course. Yeah, right. But yeah, why not teach people FPGA, field programmable gate arrays? Teach them, and at least offer it. So there's going to be those nerdy whiz kids that just get it, that understand how electrons and holes move. They understand it, that get it, and then move them into a track. Listen, if you really want to reform the education system, you need to reform your constitutional system down the foundations where there's no way for a country with all society. Okay. So we can have that conversation, but if we can't change the constitutional system, then do we give up? Or do we find a way? You don't think it's possible? I mean, I don't see us throwing the Constitution away, but I still think, because we had the education system before, under the same Constitution. When accused of anti-Semitism, Malcolm X denied it, asserting that his stance was anti-exploitation rather than anti-Jewish, and claiming that Jewish individuals felt guilty because of their economic role in black communities. Well, and that, I mean, that's a huge thing, considering a lot of Jewish money is in entertainment and sports. And a lot of the big money made, like the black community has like $6.5 trillion in America. Black Americans have $6.5 trillion of economic power. So and a lot of that's in high net worth individuals, people you don't even know about, people that aren't on the internet and whatnot. So the people outside of those are usually get it from sports or music, and that's controlled. So you have people that are disenfranchised that say it's because these Jews won't give you my money. And that's what happens in, I meant what up, Papa Bear, education, where the entire country is apartheid country, squatting a stolen indigenous land. There is no way to escape or outrun that disastrous premise baked into the nation. What do you mean? How does it, but how does it go away? Even if we destroyed the Constitution, that history is still there. The lack of education when the access to everyone's fingertips. Yeah, right. That's very concerning. Malcolm X was onto something, but nobody reads him anymore. Yeah, I don't really hear much about. I mean, I hear clips about him, but yeah, and they're just using his history, using his the clips, especially before his conversion. Like they hear it from both sides, but and people don't know the context. Nowadays, auto mechanics have to be smarter than nuclear physicists. Right. So, and I know I'm a little far behind here, so I know we're in different places of the conversation. But my point is, even if we do away with the Constitution in America, we still have the history. Missile stockpiles always dwindle during military conflicts. Ramping up manufacturing always ramps them up too. Right. You can get $200,000 college, you can get taken arsenal business, right? And that needs to change. But we need to start teaching kids more that are interested in more about business in high school. Politics made for strange bedfellows after gay marriage is made legal. Many gay men switched to Republican because they're high earners. Yeah. There's a ceiling for education that apartheid nation. The U.S. has reached it. How? You can get, so you're talking about paid for education. You could throw all the money you want at it. Nothing will change, especially sub 85 IQ populations. For me, debate club was privileged activity. What year did you go, brother? We had Monday debates in sociology. Participation ribbons have killed American kids. Yeah. Entire country's constitution needs to be revised, updated. Tyler Sharp's. How does that change the history? Listen, because if even if the Constitution was changed, the history's still there. And then if people still end up not doing as well as they thought they would do, they'll still blame it on the same thing. So is the current structure still racist, or is it just the history that's connected to that? The people that would be involved with writing the new Constitution would still be connected back to the white supremacy. I see it as a waste of time when we have a working system here. Same thing happened under Obama. Sounds like something that college is. I think they have too many people in liberal arts don't belong there. They really should have learned a trade. We absolutely need to get more people in the trades. I was blessed how I came up. We got to learn so much about so many different things. Dude, we even did like photography, actual chemical developing, darkroom developing, how to make silk screens, how to make your own t-shirts, how to freaking play guitar, drums, band, like I said, metal shop, wood shop. What I missed? The only thing happened to social media addiction is like 3,000 other cases. I believe they're all lumped in together. Yeah, I think they put them into a class action. The right to repair such garbage. I did. Tony Romo. There's junior high school in the Philippines called Immaculate Lady of Golden Showers. Jesus Christ. Banning people doesn't change the facts. Trump just announced he will run for governor of California. Reflected bull vandalism. Oh, they dropped it. Okay. I blame author Fonzarelli for this woke nonsense. Other countries elevate their smartest students. We hold them back for the lowest common denominator. Yeah, it's I think a lot of that is political, because they want, like, the No Child Left Behind thing really did a disservice to the smartest students. We should have set this system. We have the money. We just have to spend it correctly. Glad that field programmable gator right off the rip. Bam, brother. Bam. Changing the Constitution is hard. There's 2 amendments for alcohol, one to make it legal and one to make it illegal. Yeah, one to make it legal, one to make it legal again. Louisiana purchase. That was a purchase. We had the education before. I wanted to see members of African American community get the same experience, the education you had. How indigenous Americans are out there on the reservation. I mean, brother, listen. So why does the Constitution need to be ripped to shreds? How does this change the past? And why don't they have more people pushing for that? Especially with how the money is distributed on the reservations. There's a lot of money to be had. There's also a class war on those reservations. There's people making billions of dollars on those reservations, and they're not putting it into education. It's not the Constitution. It's people that just want to get rich. Stop yelling. Oh, I apologize, humble pie. And part of why not, we got whooped and had to take it long enough before anybody else. Your Georgia YouTube studio was built on stolen indigenous land. Have a good night, Chief. I'm getting back to reading and sleep. Sell cases of booze in the evening. Same old happy faces. All right, Drong, brother, have a good night, my friend. The other problem, as much as tech and features is kind of what is backwards, like in the 50s, 80s, etc. You don't need a, it didn't need a rocket science degree to fix things. You do an oil change. Yeah. I mean, we have, and really, when I went to school, we had Apple IIe's and Commodore 64s. That was the technology when I was in high school. I was part of the first computer class of Glen Burnie Senior High. This is the first time they had a course, and it was a math teacher teaching it. And I basically did a lot of the teaching because I was one of the only people in school that had access to a computer at home. I voted for Ronald Reagan when I was 14. And who gets to write the new constitution? Right, the people that are really pissed at everybody else. If we let the right, if we let the left, if we let one group write the Constitution, they would demonize the other side. Like they would make it be like, okay, white people had it good for too long, so now, no, how about you just make it even on the board? But that's not what it seems like they want to do. It seems like it's the whole pendulum swinging back the other way thing. Trump is only great because I made so much money by partaking into the rug pull that is the Trump coin. DJT stocks the early days, and then making money off MAG is a great sport. There you go, you're real. Doing away with the Constitution, how does that change the history? It's not supposed to change history. It's supposed to do something else. Acknowledge the injustice experienced with the old system. You don't think that acknowledging that could be done without removing the Constitution? And I thought it's been acknowledged. Of course, the only Native Americans in the very first land, 35 people. All the others are invaders and colonizers. Right. Fauci praises public hero health experts here. Not sure what happened to the spirit of humanity. Everyone's so sad, mean, and down. Yeah. So wants to live positively. I agree. And I think that's why so many people are being pushed out. Because like it's like you just get yelled at. Like as you're trying to learn each side of the political aisle, you just get yelled at. You just go, "You're a piece of shit." Well, I mean, I'm still trying to figure this out. I just told you what you need. You need to do what I do. Okay, well, how about you just give me some time to think about it and get through it. Even teachers, school terrible human beings. What happened? The quality of life really better now. I think it's pretty good. Cool drummer. You got long summer vacations. You get an equivalent of 4 years of education. Elon Musk is African American, and he's way smarter than me. And doing that knowledge and justice of human devastation, inequality takes the first big step along the journey. No. But see, I disagree with how you're going to do it. Because what's going to happen is you're going to get a bunch of companies, a bunch of NGOs that'll be like, now we'll take billions of dollars out to distribute to the people that were harmed. And it will disappear, just like all NGOs do. And I don't see, listen, we have to work on fixing the wrongs, not destroying the Constitution. We have a way to make very, very, very wealthy nation that can actually help with climate issues and starvation and whatnot. And this is constantly working and growing. How can you trust? So what? So we switch constitutions to something else, and then it doesn't work, and it burns to shit, and everybody's money's worth nothing, and then everybody dies because we can't get enough air conditioning around the world. I don't think you understand what it's up against, like what you're actually tearing down. It ain't the Constitution you're mad at, it's your history. So the system works a few practical steps. The views of history aside, we have different backgrounds. History is an unrealistic place to try to meet someone is equal. 4,000-year-old disease on the again. Thanks, armadillos. You're going to work on cars, focus on electrical. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. It is the Constitution. The Constitution is the foundation of the country itself. A piece of propaganda, an attempt your favorite concept, whitewash and build a new narrative. Brother, listen. Just because you write a new piece of paper doesn't help everyone. And you have to get at helping everyone, because it's not going to change people's minds. Most people don't even know the freaking first couple words to the Constitution. They have no idea what destroying it'll do except for give them uncertainty. Yeah, I think you're thinking in the past rather than thinking in the future. Yeah, thinking in the past is a big issue. If you're only thinking about what's ever been done to you and to others, You can't think about how to change for the best besides burning down the Constitution. It's not going to work. There's too many poor people around the world that will die if the American Constitution goes by the wayside, and the financial and economic system that's built around that's keeping a lot of the poor world afloat. Now they're doing, if you want to change the Constitution, I would vote for it. It was eliminate all except the Bill of Rights of the first 10 amendments, right? Like Control Alt Delete back to there. I made first of my money follow Pelosi's stock portfolio. Pat Burns would always say, right on, brother. Exactly. Like you do. Reincarnation? Maybe that's me. When we talk, what up, Librado? Upon land that was stolen in slave blood money that seeded American wealth. Right, but what are you going to do with that money? If you rewrite the Constitution, what do you do with all this wealth? What do you do with the people that have the people of color and the indigenous people's wealth that they made? Because remember, you're only thinking about the poorest of them, not the most wealthy of them that helps this structure stay alive. I don't think you're looking what would happen on the other side of that cliff. Just ate an unhappy meal. They don't want us to talk to each other. That's when they lose power. I agree. Yep. Insult, fixed problems. Mr. George. Creating a new constitution will destroy America and have one-sided influences. Plus, who will decide who's in the political party will charge houses? Right. It doesn't have anything to do with the human. The American system is the closest to a human system as possible. It's the most that can be done. You get value for your hard work, and you can do help with past injustices. If you change the system to communist or socialist, I mean, at least what's offered by the DSA, is that you're going to try to put everybody on a level playing field. The problem is the people that didn't get there. What if they can't? What if they can't? Then they lose the probability of being helped, or the possibility of being helped from people on the upper side. What we need to stop having $60,000 stripper nights for rich people and start having some of that money teach people to go help their own people in bad situations. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, listen, I was a Democrat my whole life. I don't agree with burning down the Constitution. I don't. Listen, it's the easiest way to make money in the world is the American system. And if you're not going to be happy with a financial leveling, then and erasing everything, then the people you hate, like the reason you want to burn down, the people that you look at, the reason you want to burn down the Constitution, if you were the one that would be allowed to write the new one, you would write in your hate for them. You would want to make sure that they could never do well again. Elon Musk is South African American. Where the light-skinned minds come from? How about that? Because the Muslims took over North Africa. John Malkovich. We all know we're full around your lady neighbor. Is there a Muslim-based advanced society? Getting rid of the Constitution is the most low IQ move. And I think people want to do that because they're lost. They don't see a way forward in this current climate. So they think just burn it all down. But there's ways through. That's just got to be taught. It's got to be taught to people. Gatekeeping is a thing. Absolutely. The elite wanting to stay elite is a thing. But burning it all down, the people that already can't manage their own funds they won't be able to manage the wealth of America's funds. It's some other country that's smarter than you will step in when you rewrite this Constitution, and they'll bleed you dry. The closest you got is like Turkey, where 30% of them bleed is Sharia law. I was more saying you used to actually be like fix things. It wasn't hard. Now you need an oil change to fix your refrigerator. You need a rocket science degree. Throw it out. Yeah, or throw it out. Yep. Not sure what you're asking there, Humble. 30% of Turks will still chop off your head. They never know how many amendments or articles. Also, products weren't designed to break in 5 minutes like the fridge guest you have owed to doing because they have planned obsolescence. Yep. They always want to rush peaceful assembly and skip past the right to petition in the First Amendment. Right. Yeah. Listen. And they're just saying, listen, you're racist. America's racist. So give me control. Okay. Well, if I don't even think about race, so how about I get control? How about I write it? And you deal with how I read it. That's what you're asking of us. You're saying, let your cohort, let your group write the new Constitution, and I got to deal with whatever you guys come up with. No, I want to be part of that. I want to be part of it. I don't want to be to find out that, oh, well, dang dirty white people stealing all the land. We're going to get back at them by rewriting it and making them the minority. We're already the minority of the world. Now, you have to make it, you have to give people, people have to be able to have the chance to make themselves great. And that's what we need to push towards. And we have the ability, we have the money, and there's enough people that have the skills, but you can't win by the rules of this game, or you haven't won by the rules of this game, so you want to change the rules. But what about all of us that also didn't win and then figured out how to win? And then now all the work that we put in just gets erased? I don't think that's cool. The first 10 amendments are the only ones that protect you from the government. Yep. Identity is used to force emotional response that stuns reasoning. I think you are both right with different histories. Each perspective has its pros. Guys, yeah, I agree. Listen, I'll make this plain. You can't fix it with the problems within a straitjacket. Do you understand? You'll need to dispense the straitjacket, aka the Constitution. The process doesn't need to be anarchy. Yes, listen, you think that when you do away with the Constitution, there won't be anarchy. Who enforces those new laws? And all the people that have found a way to profit in the legal system, in the enforcement range, they're the ones that won't allow you to enforce your laws, because then you're going to tell them to do it for cheaper. You're going to say that all their hard work goes away. And that's what you want. You want everyone else's hard work to be worthless. You can say what you want, but you still sound hateful. And it seems like the people that are the most hateful, the most resentful, will be the ones that get to write the new Constitution. I don't think it'll be good for anybody, except for those few people. I'm asking if there's any Muslim-based societies that are intelligent building spaceships or other than no, there's not currently right now, brother. I tend to use colorful language when I address grievances. It doesn't get that thing done, but it puts myself on more lists. We don't need to get rid of the Constitution. It's two very bad Supreme Court decisions. And I agree. I agree that we need to, and I think what's happening is the Democrat Party is going more communist socialist and the Republican Party is going more liberal. And if we didn't have the big mistakes of the current Democrats Party, and we can get more people to understand that if you get more power, more money, you can make this a better system. But by constantly keeping it divided and draining the country's resources on this two-party system, it's not helping the people that need the most help. But it doesn't require a Control-Alt-Delete just because you're upset at the stolen land shit. A lot of people don't agree with that. A lot of people understand that everywhere except America has been conquered and isn't stolen land, but America's stolen land. No, it doesn't say it. Wherever there's white people, people say is stolen land. They're anti-white. And I happen to be white, and I'm not going to put my neck on a chopping block because you don't like white people. Learn to like white people. I find it to be on the federal list, Badge of Honor. May the Lord save you. We have, as Americans, never want party control. It's kind of the point. Listen, forget the restitution. I've never mentioned restitution or reimbursements. That's not the purpose of the change of the Constitution. You'd simply have the Constitution like any Western country. 60,000. Shoot, Mr. Stripper. How many political parties were there in 1791? Right. There's no Republican or Democrat in the Constitution. So the Constitution's not the problem. People are upset with the history. But regardless, you're going to have to get over it and understand what this current climate is and what the current legal system is. If you can't get over the history, I'm sorry. This is the most wealthy nation and the most giving nation. We have ways to give people wealth for making great services and products to the world. We have people making medicines that save millions of lives. It's not being done everywhere in the world. It's not being done on a scale. And it's done here because people are rewarded for their work. The Constitution is outlining rights and we're born with an inalienable. Western countries have constitutions that can be changed, protecting freedoms, all citizenry. But what do you want changed, brother? What do you want changed? You said you want it gone. What do you want changed? Like what would you take out of this current Constitution? The roof is leaking. Burnt down. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Even though, and a big problem with people that are dark-minded, They can't see the positives that this current system can do. They just see the negatives that it's done and do not think at all of the positives. They can't, because it's stolen land. Nothing's worth anything. Well, I'm sorry. We've made it very valuable to the world. And we don't have the first 10 amendments no longer protecting us from the government. Right. And that's what it seems like they want. The government just wants more control. I want less government so we can have better relationships amongst the populace, not fighting over the stupid government. The government should take out our trash and protect us. Pick up our trash, burning it down, folks. Have usually not spent a lot of time in the woods. I'm hoping Elon Musk puts a line in the AI silicone sex robot sooner rather than later. Corporations are not people, and money should not equal speech. I agree. They can take things you're poor with. Only ways to money will die an American one way or another. Maybe it's because every one of our politicians is bought by Israel. That's a major issue. They're the largest recipient of American welfare ever. We've given them $30 billion since World War II. I can understand that too. But so why can't that change? Like I can understand changing. I can understand. We need to invest in America, and that could absolutely do great things. Let's stop giving money to people, except for Americans. All this billions of dollars that are leaving, let's just dump that back into America, getting everybody in America where they need to be. Not including weapons. Yeah, a lot of weapons and planes too. The moment they try to take rights away at the border, you're no longer an American, right? I also aren't even our really ally, and they have no active treaty with them. No active treaties. I was sweating like a vegan at a black cookout. Space cow. You basically lost citizenship at the point. We're a republic if you can keep it. Yep, Benjamin Franklin. Something we have to keep. Boomers something we have to keep, but boomers let it go. They didn't have the understanding. Without the Constitution, we have no law. Right. And you can see where we don't enforce the Constitution properly, or we have like decades of laws that affect people and that are found to be unconstitutional. So it's like I can understand changing the way that like the constitutionality of the law should be put into place before it's passed. Nobody owns anything without the construction. All right, and that's who makes a lot of the money. Royalty is a minority, but they don't cry about it. Right. And this is what they want. They want us fighting over what they're doing while they're getting rich. And we can change that. We need to keep going in the direction we're going. We need to get closer. Oh, I ain't gonna say it. Don't get rid of the Constitution. Get rid of the Electoral College. There you go. That's just the Constitution is an outline of inalienable rights. Right. Well, and also, if you see why people talk so atheistly, it's not because they don't believe in God or even care about God or anything. They want to change the Constitution. They want to change the part of the Constitution that gives us rights from God. They want to be able to say, okay, we've all agreed there's no God, so now we can change this part. Do you think they care if you pray? No, they don't care if you pray. They want to change the narrative to say, so everybody agrees there's no God, right? Right, okay. All right, so now those rights that were given to you by God in the Constitution are now null and void. That's what they want to do. As soon as you allow them to burn the Constitution, America's over, become their own country. I agree. As soon as you burn that, if everybody gets so demoralized, then our borders just drop again. And then the 4 years previous administration, it will happen again. You'll have millions and millions of people come in, and those people. What if those people bring guns this time and they say they don't like your new Constitution? They don't think your new Constitution helps them. Yeah, what are you going to do? How are you going to protect this new Constitution? There's already so many people with skin in the game. And if now you're changing the rules and people come with guns, what do? Do you think the people that are trained in our military will back your new Constitution? I don't think they will. And how do you force them to? Better pay? No, you don't give them better pay. You're going to reduce their pay to make their pay the same as a baker. I found out, what up, Sir Keith? Found out today, or forgot, the Western Roman Empire was almost 200 years, not that long. Maybe wonder about the U.S. About the same time. Maybe we don't put someone on the Supreme Court, depending on our laws. It's voting politically. I agree. We shouldn't. Even without the Constitution, it was never written. The ideas were born with the Bill of Rights. Yeah. Any human should be based on the idea America was made to happen in respect of this inalienable rights until recently. Try to eliminate the Constitution will start a civil war, right? Yeah, and I think that's what people want. They think that they're going to be on the winning side of a civil war. Yeah, it hurts too many people. It hurts the world. People do not realize how generous the America is. They do not realize how American giving it helps millions of people around the world that would be dead otherwise. Dude, you white. I am white, dude. I was a John Malkovich. Restitution and reparations are two separate things. Yeah. Let's let the dark-skinned people have 20% of the land the U.S. states form 3 or 4 bordering states that they all agree to move there permanently. Jeez, dude, don't do that. We were born with the Constitution. Murder is the only way to eliminate it. Yeah, white people are not the problem. I don't think white people are the problem either. But there's definitely a narrative that white people are the problem, and I think that's the problem. The problem is that you've already tried to separate by race and then by political orientation and sexual orientation, and so it's like they've separated people up so much, and we're not fighting for what we should be fighting for. Yeah, buy your own house. If I'm from Iran, I believe America is the best country and people should be grateful. There you go. I mean, glad to hear it, brother. Europeans are trying to change America. It's not working in there, man. I think that's happening too. The missile protects you, your right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Yes, and a lot of people aren't pursuing happiness. They think they'd be happier if America didn't have its history. But the problem is, it's those growing pains that created what we have now. Most Americans have no idea how lucky. No, they have no idea. What up, TW? When I was at my grandpa's house, I was watching the fake news like MS Now, MSNBC, and CNN. As a Republican, I didn't like it. I don't like that fake news. I hate it. I just like to wish the company, wish my TV company. Get rid of fake news. They did wish to have YouTube. Get rid of fake news channel. I'm here for you, TW. You can watch this channel, brother. Defend your inalienable rights. Constitution is your only right. Disobedience, tyranny, obedience to God. As a Republican, I tried to hear of the war and just bomb them. Places to lower gas prices. Dude, jeez. Corporations have First Amendment rights. Maybe that was Jefferson who said it again. Remember, white Americans fleeing to Europe is funny to see. We got some here. They can realize no one realize how much money's actually in the system. No, they've got no idea. They've got no idea. And like when you bring it up, and like people talk about how bad America is for black people, but they don't realize that black people, the black Americans, African Americans, black Americans have $6 trillion in assets and bankable money. They're ultra super rich. But you've got a lot of people on the political side that think that they can figure out a way to change the entire system because of a subset of people, and that aren't just black people, but poor people. And then they try to make it about race when it's not about race. And that's a big problem. Hey, thank you, brother. Bam. I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees. That's the problem, you see. The primary concern is work lost to the transition rather than something better. There's economic price to be paid for that change that combats inequality. Listen, brother, how do you guarantee no inequality on your side? On your side, after the rewriting of the Constitution, what would you do to guarantee equality? And I can't see how it can be done more than what's already been done throughout history up to this time now. We have as equal as laws. We have laws for the most equality that there can be, but people aren't performing at the way they thought they would. So they still see equality as inequality, and they blame it on the past. So what would rewriting some paper do? It's the souls and spirit of the people, what they believe in and why they will die for that Constitution. I don't think you're thinking about that. It's not worth the death to have an unknown new government. It's not even been tested. Why not take 10,000 people, buy a big ass plot of land somewhere outside, start your own country, run that country under that new government, prove it works, then sell it to the American people, rather than telling everybody in America to flush their money and their histories down the toilet. We've buried our family here for centuries. And people aren't willing to just let that go. Presidents are all puppets anyway. Let there be a native president. Bring it on, brother. Once we have challenged the Second Amendment in Florida, we got constitutional concealed open carry. That's true. A model for equality. Man, okay. We have given Israel over $300 billion, not 30. 300. You can't change that in a straitjacket. You won't be able to make changes within a system of design. How? You see, you're considering it a straitjacket, but you're not explaining how it's a straitjacket. How is it a straitjacket? When you can make changes to the Constitution and you can amend the Constitution, there's no straitjacket. So what part of it's a straitjacket? Pretty sure Minnesota daycares go, why are we looking at John Malkovich? Somebody said I look like him. Open carry Publix. Stupid. Never mind. I liked it better when you were yelling at people. Have 30 states and constitutional carry out. Border security is solvable with the massive spend on DHS, but that's never on the news, right? Y'all seen Burn After ready? So y'all seen Burn After reading? What happened, brother? The biggest problem with the Constitution is amendments and better legal explanation, because a lot of people made their own interpretations, and that's led to many problems. I agree, and a lot of that stuff's being undone. The debate is kind of a moot anyway. The USA is going to be neck deep in civil war in 2027. One nation under God. Brother, listen, I'm going to say this. I don't think you understand Americans. I don't think you understand that it's the people that have been quiet the longest that are the ones that will fight the hardest. I don't think you understand that there are people that want this land to stay this land. They want to be able to visit Paul's grave, and I don't think you understand Americans at all. I think you understand your little subset, little bubble of revolutionaries that absolutely hate where they are in life and think they can change it by saying things like you can't change it from within a straitjacket. You have to explain what the straitjacket is, and the Constitution can be changed and amended. So I don't see the straitjacket. I see people that aren't willing to take the actual fight to the courts. They would rather take it to the street. That means that you don't care that people die for this change. Americans have to realize talking isn't how we defend things. They all cuff a man at the city hall speaking out. We keep seeing all the citizens don't do anything. 1860 was slaves versus non-slaves. Today it's cities versus country folk who started these. It's exactly what's happened. There will come a point we have to physically stand up. Being cowardly ain't going to cut it right. And there's people that aren't cowardly. They just, listen, you have people that are very tolerant. They're tolerant of all this foolishness on the right and the left. They're tolerant of all this wackadoo shit that's going on. And they're just like, oh, it's kids being kids. These people are young. They just want to have sex with who they want to have sex with. But when you come for the land that Paul freaking tilled for 100 years, shit's going to get different. They're not on the internet. They're not bowing down to Trump or Biden or whoever. They're doing what they want to do, and they're supporting their families. And if you come to them and say, we want to change it all now, it ain't going to work. Thinking we can go through proper channels. That's not how America has anything important done. We keep getting things elbow grease. That's the only way. Wait, isn't that what amendments are? Yeah, that's what amendments are for. But people are taught that it's got to be burnt down. You have people from outside of the country that want to help take over the country. Okay? And so they teach the children that burning it down is the only way. So that way, when the kids will start to burn it down, those other forces can come in and be like, we'll help you out here. Now stand down, kids. It's time we flatten Iran and turn the country into a parking lot already. It's added a few Moabs to do the job. But it took a long time to push Americans to stand up for each other. Apparently, I thought citizens were way tougher and more defensive. Red Line and DI are the same. And this is what I was talking about before, Mr. George. It's the pendulum swinging back the other way. It's other people being racist against people that were racist against them. It's like, you've had it good for too long. Now it's our turn. And that's not equality. But we got to the point where there could be equality and people weren't happy. Then they brought up more history and said, no, I want to burn it down. There's no winning side. We're all losers. Yep. That's why we should be together. With Lebeck, whatever letters they add, the debauchery has become this anti-gay thing. Getting done by trying to stop the debauchery has become. How are you, brother? Yeah, how you doing in freaking Iran, brother? I mean, all the crap is like 3 years. James pops up and the Democrats win all the corporations. What are you gonna do to get down to Tennessee out there and involve local towns politics and vote? Don't pass shit. Right. I think that's really weird too. You don't, like, people only ever really talk about the federal or like high state elections, and like they don't even talk about making sure they have changes in their own backyard. Like, and the thing is, most federal laws and stuff don't even really affect you. And if you're not happy in America, it's not the federal laws, it's usually your local and state laws. I mean, and look, like, yeah, that's wackadoodle. Hey, crispy bacon, brother. Wow. Da, 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 da. Thank you, brother. Well, I think they want decisions to change the Constitution without having to vote. I think people are so lost in the rules, they don't understand America properly. They understand it how they've been taught. And they have been taught that because it's a straitjacket, because of the history, that the only way you'll ever be free is if you get to rewrite the Constitution. And it's just not true. It's just not true. That's why you probably haven't read the Constitution. You haven't read how our legal system works. You haven't worked how our three-party system works. You haven't seen that you can make a change without burning down the Constitution and doing away with all past greatness and evils. You can make the future better. You absolutely can. And you have the rules, and you even have the game plans and the layouts and the blueprints that have been done. You just got to follow those previous blueprints. That's the plan. The public, too, is too stupid to remember a constitutional convention. Yeah. Civil War by Irish. People keep destroying flock cameras. I can't say I can do it, but I can do it. Name a world citizen is the enemy of America. Right. That's my point. That's my point. With whom? Right. Most people aren't on the internet. Most people aren't on TV. The people that are busy and working and building companies and country and their communities and counties and families, they're the ones that will die for what they have. It's the people that don't own anything that want to change everything because they're mad that they don't own anything. They want to be America. They want America to be America. I agree. How come dark-skinned people get rich? The first thing they do is move to a white neighborhood. He's a citizen of the New World Order. What third would you? Wealthy and powerful use their wealth and power to maintain and expand their wealth and power. Right. And I think most people don't spend enough time trying to figure out how to gather wealth for themselves. They typically always overspend what they get rather than learning how to make money work for them. A lot of people have the mindset that money is meant to be spent. And it's just not the truth when you're young. You've got to be able to get yourself together and understand the system. But when people are always broke and don't have anything to say, this is mine, then when you don't have that, you're willing to fight for other people, politicians shit rather than your own stuff. And they feel hopeless. And I understand the feeling, but the thing is there's layouts. But when someone else has convinced you that burning it down is the only way to go, that's the way you set forward. We aren't bowing down to your religion. What do you think George Washington's revolutions were a tiny minority of reflective or the major majority? Go look that up. He's a tiny minority of fanatics with an ambivalent nation. Right. It was also a much smaller population then. It was you have to go by percentages with that. And these people already had political power. Yeah, it's not apples to orange. It is apples to oranges. Citizens of third world shit are you from? The worst what American history is fighting us for. John Malkovich. Destabilize the Middle East by making Iran a parking lot would have consequences for a lot of countries. Yes, and the Iranian people. Family farms disappearing and do nothing but cry. I read recently a colonial girl was assaulted and killed by a British officer before revolution, whether this was propaganda or supposedly fueled by colonies. All right, you can't really tell. Malkovich. I'd never heard this story until the other night. Dude, we're messing around. This is some damn game until they die on this damn hill. This is our damn hill. Right. This isn't a game. This is our damn hill. Right. People, and there's a lot of people that you're not hearing their side. And they don't care. They think this is child's play. It's a bunch of immature people thinking that they're revolutionaries. And it's not going to work out. Just because Reddit and whatever tells you that you're kick-ass, vote you, doesn't mean that it's the truth. We need to bring back Schoolhouse Rock. Bam, what up, B2B? Because you look like freaking John Malkovich. Jews don't follow the Constitution. There's a right petition I was talking about. This dude who hates debauchery is gay. Sir, it's okay. Come out of the closet and smile. How's your God good? The roasted hell for doing the gay stuff. Obviously, love so much. I was saying, the debauchery has become. Do you think anyone can be done to stop the debauchery? I mean, I don't know. I don't think. I think people have made a decision, and our government and political system has made the decision to endorse that. Our corporate structure has made the decision to endorse it. There's B. They promised our own Constitution 3,000 years ago. There's penny pinches. Yes, sir. It's got to come tapping in. To come out of that maelstrom, the unleashed nation decided disaster today after the change occurs when the circumstances are cogent for it. It's not a collective majority. Brother, you're talking about history. You're talking about a time in history. You have to have enough people willing to make that change. A minority of people going against a complete. Listen, in America, when Washington took over, there wasn't as many British troops here. And a lot of the British troops were converted over to the American army, like the people that wanted to fight for it here. So now you've got something bigger than that, and you don't have the will of the people that want to keep it the way it is. How you been on that Pride Most Written letter? Where you from, bro? Decision that occurs without seeking your permission. I'm not. I know. He's from the West. Put. Oh damn! I can't remember the first line. Burn down paradise and put up a parking lot. All pride boats need a torpedo in them. Constitution's for all of us, right? Yeah. And I think there's way too many people like you like. I think you've been fed a lie, thinking that you can't use the system to get what you want. When you can already see, even like the DSA, they're getting political power in the areas that they're getting political power. So they can get what they've wanted with this Constitution. I don't think that people that know how to play the game are going to want to be willing to change the rules, especially after so much has been invested. Imagine if we'd never taken the darkies right over here. Our ancestors not have us in mind when they made their decisions. The darkies. Whatever it means out here in America. God almighty, Rich, you're way behind. Yeah, I'm behind. America USA, inside America, Western country, no doubt the real outside America propaganda is different. I agree with them there. It's definitely different outside of America. They see what's different. But you also see, ew. What up, YouTube, inmate? Welcome back, brother. Now, bro, grab Penny, come looking damn it much, man. Who's that again? This is John Malkovich. That's John Malkovich. What's amazing is the story similar to Anti's grandfather. South Carolina fought in the Battle of '96, which is the first battle in the South. Reddit is fun from an air. It's run from an Air Force base. Oh, please tell me that's true. We have East Coast, West Coast, and mid and southern states. The same area. William Wallace is proud fight here in South Carolina. Yeah, about my man. Today's topic. I watched you see water shortage a couple days. Right, brother. Yeah, we did water shortage the other day. It was open topic. Now we went to burning down the Constitution and migrants apparently a bunch of migrants went to a Spanish colony and then found nothing to do, and now they're going back home. Open topic though, brother. Demonstrated in the chat. Fascinating story. Say what yes, there's a point to be made. The U.S. Israel nuke on Iran, let the genie out of the bottle. Yeah, you don't want to do that. First part of the petition changes the claim you want so much. The Heritage Foundation just knows. You are you from? Don't be such a beta male. I feel you have no problem accomplishing your pivotal ambitions this time. The midterms, right? Were the Democrats prior? What were the Democrats doing prior? Bidding their time? What? You'll have no problem accomplishing your pivotal ambitions this time. Yeah, after the midterms, right? What? No, I'm aiming for 6 years from now. I don't think you know anything about me or my ambitions. I think you're so deluded in your hate for people like me that you didn't even take a good enough time to learn what my ambitions actually are, what my plans are, what I plan to do. You just are so mad because where you're at in life, and you want to burn down the American Constitution because of where you're at. You're obviously not happy. And I'm telling you that there are other ways that can be tried before we go there. Yeah, that's what they were saying, Sir Chief. They already left. They already left. Robert E. Lee was U.S. officer before the Civil War, so that happened. There you go, Roman. Welcome, brother. 59. Yeah, that's what I heard. Over 59. American-Mexican War. Calvin, Mike Rito and Ann Wilson, Almost Paradise, or Tom Petty and Stevie Nicks. Stop dragging my heart around. Stop dragging my heart around. Definitely. I like the relaxed format. Well, you appear way smarter than your average streamer. Thank you, Rubens. I like to believe I am. The U.S. nor Israel would ever use the nuke first. Please stop that. Yeah, I don't think they would either. There are other ways that could be tried, such as, so like I mentioned, you have the DSA that's already got footholds in New York, Wisconsin, and Colorado, and Seattle. So they used the existing framework to get that far. They didn't need to burn down. They didn't need to burn down the Constitution to do it. That's what I'm saying. You can get what you want if you do the work. Like the video, bam. No matter who uses the first nuke, the rest will be launched shortly thereafter. Fun again. Remember that? Yeah. Yeah. Would you like to play a game? Billy Cobb. Yeah, I can't watch it on stream. All phone users. Yeah, double tap that screen. Help a brother out. Israel doesn't own America. That's literally backwards. Yeah, and that's a bunch of propaganda stuff too. That like, I mean, people want to talk about that. Like, what can you control in your own life? I can't do anything because Israel owns America. What have you tried to do? I don't know. I just think there's a lot more mutually assured destruction. Yep. Yep, I'm old enough to remember that. We don't have much time that for that Blake game if it ever happens. Listen to the song "Atomic Bomb" by Glenn Barr. Bam, bam. Thank you, brother. Bam, coming in with the coin. Now you get caught. Now, what will we do? You're all caught up. Just for public record, I could give two polar bear shits. What do you think of me? If you think Richard is extremist, then I'm Satan. I'm not extremist, not at all. And you think the likelihood of that happening is high. Do you want to make a wager on that outcome? What? Wait, I don't know. Think you know what you're. I'm saying that you don't need to burn down the Constitution to get what you want politically. You just need a party to use the system and convince the people. You don't need to burn it down. We've got centuries of people that have been educated in this current legal structure, this framework, and this constitutional framework that knows how to get what they want. You just have to put in the work. Richard, if you're okay, but talk about other people's bubbles, but what do you do to escape your own bubble? I talk to a lot of people. My current, like, I don't have really a personal bubble. Like my where I live, there's liberals and conservatives and freaking forever Trumpers and forever freaking bluers and whatnot, right? So like I live in a very kick-ass place for that. And like I said, with the industry that I was in, the movie industry was hard left, far left, Democrat. But now, and I've mentioned this before, even the unions, which would always say every election would always be like, we've got to vote for the Democratic leadership. We got to, and now they're saying, vote for your interests. The first time I've ever heard the industry unions say, vote your interest. That's something has changed. Something has changed. Either the money isn't there to pay the industry leaders to say, we need to make sure we got your vote. Mad from He-Man. Polar Bears Group. Sly Fox, let's go all the way. Let's go all. Oh, Eddie Grant, Romancing the Stone. What a great freaking song. Romancing the Stone. Great song, Kelvin. Remind me of Baywatch. I'm sorry, I had to say it. I feel maybe you should debate with other streams. You'll probably agree. Views. I'm not. I'm when I get. Well, I got something coming up. I'm making a life change in a couple of months here. And I'm going to change what goes on with the streams. Let's put a finer point out. What's the likelihood of a political party using its political count to achieve what's in the legislature? Listen, brother, it happens all the time. You just want to go directly to federal. What I'm saying is you can start it at home with your local. If you've got enough like-minded people, you can change it in your locale and live like you want to live, and then sell that idea to people. But telling people that already know how to spend their money, what lobbying system to use, what political party to freaking pay off, and whatnot to get what they want done, it's already entrenched and it can be done. You don't need to just say, let's burn down the Constitution. I'm saying there's already plans, and it's not. You just need the people. You just need the hearts and minds of the people. And that's what politicians do, is they try to win the hearts and minds to change for what they want. Say the Democratic Party or start a new party. So it's going to have, they're going to have to start a new party. They're going to have to start a new, they're going to, unless they get rid of all the old heads and all of the people that said stupid shit on X and stuff over the past 6 years, they're going to have to start a new party. It's mutually assured destruction. Democrat Party's a joke. They're stupid criminal style and pushing Agenda 2030. And I think that's what a lot of people think. Listen, I know a lot of liberals, and I don't know. I know one that is still a Democrat voting liberal. All of my liberal buddies, especially from in the industry, are Republican voting liberals because they think they can actually get what they want by liberalizing the Republican Party. If you give the votes to the Republican Party and then say you won't get those votes next time unless you give us some of what we want, rather than the extremes that are on the current Democrat Party, opening the borders and abolishing the police and stuff. New party's not instantly like idiocy. Right? Yeah, that's not going to work very well. Other than amendments, we have ratifications. Baywatch is coming back. Bam! The bluest wave. Thank you, bluest wave. W. Artificial in Brazil is running out of ideas movies. Jim Bob. Ooga booga wooga. Bam, brother. I'm going to give you a black and white. Bam. Thank you. Thank you, Jim. Write your congressman, every drill sergeant in the country. What up, Ogie? People in the Midwest are too dumb to know they're voting against their interests. I think that's a problem, too. Seriously, guess who? These eyes have seen a lot of love, but I've never seen another woman like I have with you. Three Dog Night, old-fashioned love song. It's an old-fashioned love song. These eyes. Old-fashioned love song is good, though, too. Hey, colonizers, are you feeling colonized yet? Not yet. But I love y'all anyway. All right, let's see. Where are we going? And what I think's actually happening, is you have a bunch of people that the people that are running the country know that they'll get what they want, not what we want or care about, because we're talking about like the wackadoo stuff when they're actually using the system to get what them and theirs wants. And we need to start using the system. We need to start getting people in political power. Like I plan on running in 6 years. So that's something that I'm setting up for. I'm going to make that leap in. Because we can't just vote for what they offer when we want something different than what they have to offer. We've got to be there to say, no, we want to offer something different, and I'll do that. And that's my plan. And I'm going to use the education system and the health system to get there. My voting is monetary. If Ford made a better car, I'd buy it, right? Right. Exactly. And that's what I said. I said, I will vote Democrat again when they win my vote back. I didn't vote for Trump, but I'm not voting Democrat. Trump ain't running in 2028. And I can't see a Democrat Party that I'd vote for right now. They've got to win my vote back. They've done so much damage to themselves and to like even the industry that I loved and beloved damaged it severely. They've done a lot of damage, and they need a lot to atone for. Richard, do you know the M cycles predict? Do you know the M cycles predict what should be cooling the last 100 years Well, we were warming CO2 and methane are winning. Predict what the cooling should be the last 100 years. CO2. Yeah, we're warming up. We're warming up. I've done my independent research, and MAG is a call. I'm not a leftist, but I'll definitely brainwash ideas. All right, brother. You're a dumb name. I have to agree with you a little bit, dirty dingus. But I don't think that that's the only cult. That's the problem. We're not people arguing with people. It's cult arguing with cult. It's got to be people that are saying, I'm not getting what I want from my cult, and that's what's going on. I mean, you can. It's what's got better thing to offer, but I want to be in the system. I want to be making a change from within. I'm not going to just bitch about who's a better person to vote for or what party's better to vote for, because I think we got a bunch of trash, because we got a bunch of trash people to pick from. Well, I think I can do it better, so let's see if I can do it. I'll put my money where my mouth is. So what you're saying, the results we see from federal government is a result of the process. That's state and local sold to Americans on a national level. So MAGA. Currently, yes. Trump went around state to state, to city to city to city to city, and rally and changed the minds of the people. Yes. He used the system to change the hearts and minds of the people, and he won that. And that's what got to be done. But the problem is that's expensive. And if you want to do something different than that, that's expensive. Your plan is to burn down, or take a small amount of people to burn down the current constitutional setup and try to rewrite one, because that somehow will be cheaper. But it would be better and more better for everybody involved if you had said what your purpose is for and what the actual plan was. Besides, you're all racist, the land's stolen, your history sucks, you're in a straitjacket. You haven't told me one kick-ass reason why your new system would be better. And that like, where's the policies? What do you want to do? Where's the document that I could look over? Yeah, I just don't see it, and that seems to happen a lot. I was thinking that the dumbest, most secure name, I thought within 3 seconds, Smokey Robinson, cruising on a Sunday afternoon, or Marvin Gaye. Heard it through the grapevine. Not much longer will you be mine. Maybe I heard it through the grapevine. Honey, yeah, through the grapevine. Much further could you be my baby? Yeah, I heard it through the grapevine. I released methane today. I think people are incapable of thinking for themselves and fearful of it. I think people are afraid of putting in the required work and money. They know that they don't want to fail at their attempt for change. They don't want to fail at it. It'll be very expensive, very time consuming. Rich, it seems the politicians say what they want to get elected, then black coats come in and have a meeting to change their whole agenda. Yeah, I think that's probably absolutely true. I think that's a groupthink is now the only thing for most. Yeah. And I think we're going to have a very interesting climate coming up after the midterms. I think there's going to be a great a lot. Listen, if you look just at how much money is being put into the Democrat Party, it's almost non-existent. They're in debt. $2 million still. They're in debt. They haven't even gotten enough donations since Kamala ran. After that money that she spent, Kamala Trump or Harris Trump, they haven't even made the extra $18 million that they were in debt. They haven't even made that back. There's still $2 million in the hole. They're about to put their building up for $15 million loan. So the billionaires are not throwing money at the Democrat Party currently. So something is changing. Something is absolutely changing in this. And I think people realize that Trump has a lot of people, like, he won all the swing states, like double digits. So the Democrats have to absolutely reconfigure. And right now, nobody's throwing money at them, which is very odd, which means the people that own the biggest bank accounts are not, they're not willing to put their money where their mouth is. Never really thought to find an intellectual community here. Hey, welcome down, Jim Bob, brother. If you succeed in the big house, yeah, probably, yeah. I got you, Sir Keith. You'll be my Department of the Interior. But here we are. Pick your poison. Whatever poison is, less dangerous to my system. Is anyone else here sick of all the puffy lip women? It's worse than the threaded eye. Dude, yes. Listen, it's so. Women, listen. I was never a freaking red pill like woman hater guy. But the I disagree with pushing so much shit onto women to push them into such a place of insecurity that they spend. Listen, you hear so many people saying how bad the economy is, but they're spending thousands of dollars a month on injections and fillers and top ups and this and that. And it's disheartening. There's intelligent people everywhere. If you actually let them sit and listen, yeah, I agree. It's hard. It's hard to. And I think if this was a live, like if there was all of us sitting in a room, we never would have gotten this far into the conversation because it would have been yelling and stuff over each other. But we need to just sit down and listen to each other and not ban people and not just freak out. Invite, oh brother, I'm gonna hire you. 13 billion has been siphoned out of Venezuelan oil wealth. That big money didn't go to helping Venezuelans in their time of dire need. Did it go to helping Americans? Either went to POTUS's wallet. Damn. POTUS took the money. He took 13 billion. He's not even worth 13 billion. Learn from fools and sages. Yeah. When current attention span is too short, the current political theater takes advantage of short bursts. I think it like memetics. Yeah, it almost is. And I tell you what, it's also very profitable for politicians that only make $120,000, $130,000 a year. They're definitely making more than that on YouTube, X, Instagram. Definitely. You don't think that 90% of this is absolute theater drama hacking in order to rage bait and make money online? It absolutely is. It absolutely is. They agree with each other more than they disagree with each other, but they know what gets people riled up on the internet and gets them the engagement. You make a good lead singer for a band. All right, let's do it, brother. Let's do it. Who lives in Georgia or Florida? Let's do it. Or online. I would love to find a couple of people that are willing to like have actual drums, guitars, bass, and like do a couple of live streams, have people from around the world, and then record, spend a couple of days writing a song, rehearsing, and then recording a song all around the world. And I think people would appreciate that, knowing that we didn't just AI the song. I think it'll be a big. So when you get elected off the Black Coast, come and talk to you. Make sure you do against what they say. Don't get 24-hour security and know you're not suicidal. People who do what others do are followers. Jesus Jones, right here, right now, watching the world wake up from history. Or EMF. Oh, hold on. You're unbelievable. Oh, pattern me with your questions. I give you all the time. Something, it's all about it. The things you say, the preposterous gave them away. The things you say, you're unbelievable. But I'd still go, yeah, I'll go unbelievable. EMF, we'll go with that. Tell me when and where you are going to run, because I'll come over and run just to debate you. Sounds like fun. It'll be Florida. It'll be Florida, definitely. What makes a campaign so expensive? Propaganda. Propaganda is what makes campaign so expensive. You've got to be able to convince people of your now whether you want to consider propaganda is not always fake, right? But you could call it marketing. But yeah, bashing on the other guy and whatnot. That's what makes a campaign so expensive. And jet fuel, right? 5-star lodging, right? Yeah. User, we're being monitored by the Department of Redundancy Department. 5-star meals, champagnes, prostitutes, Absolutely. All that. Dude, have you ever seen how they spend? Me having worked in the movie industry, I got to see politicians spend money on like fake, like, fake, well, I can't like fake, they're sets of like political buildings and whatnot. And they pay a lot of money, dude. They pay a lot of money for that stuff. Just signage and mailers, they pay hundreds of thousands of dollars. You're being monitored by everything. Everybody complains about flock cameras, so you've been under total surveillance state for 20 years. Yeah, I don't think people realize the flock camera's in your pocket. The flock cameras, like you're way. I think people have been convinced to argue about the current political climate instead of going back and looking into the past. Look at the laws that were actually passed. Look at what happened in 2001 and up through 2008 is absolutely wackadoo. A lot of people speak up for these topics. The only way to change is by being the change. Yeah. And that's why I don't like kick out asshole conservatives or asshole liberals. I don't. I say, listen, the problem is not conservative or liberal. Those lines have been so blurred now because so many people were progressives until the society and political establishment progressed to where you want it to be. Then you want to conserve that. But the problem is with the problem is with the Progressive Party is they have to keep progressing past you. So you're a have not. Now you're a have because you've gotten to where you wanted to get with the Progressive Party. But now you're one of the haves. So the next cycle, they got to make you a have not. So they got to give your stuff to somebody else. And that's a problem. That's got to change. We've got to come to common sense. What's good for everybody. We got to stop getting out with the racial acrobatics and all that crap. It's America. People do not realize how wealthy just by helping each other, just by helping each other, how much better this place would be rather than arguing over stuff that you're willing to like break up with your husband or kick out your best friend because they decide that they're a liberal or a conservative or whatever. Rather than saying, hey, let's actually make a change. It said, if you feel like you should break up with your husband because he comes out as a Trump supporter, how about you say, maybe we don't really understand what's completely going on here, and let's delve in. Because a lot of people do have that Dunning-Kruger. They think that they understand the politics, and they don't. They don't understand it. And the problem is when pressed, I think they're embarrassed to be without an answer, so they freak out. And they say, Google it, stupid freaking, and I think it's a problem. The whole world has just been waking up, and they don't like it. Yeah, it's not what they expected. By becoming a population, if you can't use your words and opinions, you can't. Your words and opinions are only that, right? Words and opinions, yes. That's correct. Do you think civilian voices will actually outclass corporate interests? No. But I absolutely do think civilian interests can decide on how the taxation is worked and the corporate taxation. So there is a way for us to get what we want and they get what they want. Like, remember, we shouldn't only be the ones always sacrificing. Like, I disagree with how Mandami's handling New York. I disagree with who he's taxing and how he's taxing it, and how he's ending up moving and raising the taxes for even the middle class. Listen, we absolutely have enough money to have what we need for everybody. We absolutely have to cut off the people that are getting rich outside of this country. You must be the change or otherwise waste life, and speaking about it, change something. Right. You could have a great girlfriend or boyfriend or great neighbor that can help you when a tree falls in your yard. You need a chainsaw borrowed, this and that, but you won't talk to them because they got a blue or red sign in their front yard. Yeah, that's got to stop. We need to understand that we're better together. We're absolutely better together. We can come up with great ideas, absolutely, and then get funding together rather than us spending money donating to Trump or donating to Biden or freaking whoever. we could say, let's find somebody to run, and then all you people can donate into that. Let's find somebody because we've talked to a lot of people. And we say, you got good ideas. You seem to be common sense, right and left. I get, yeah, and there's plenty of people to do that, and I think I'll be a good person for that. Jesus Trump, the power of the purse. It's changing because the Democrats losing so damn hard. They're calling themselves democratic socialists, heavily leaning money. Don't stop buying what they're selling you. Yeah, right. Remember, you don't need all that plastic shit crap. You don't need it. And I just gave away. Me and my parents gave away thousands of dollars worth of stuff to people today. Like just to say, hey, what would you like to do? What are you trying to do with your life? And no political talks, no bullshit. What are you trying to do? What do we have that we want to give away that could help you? And more people could be like that, but people aren't getting to know each other. They're just getting to know each other's political persuasion. And the thing is, if your propaganda is teaching you something different about what this person thinks than what their propaganda is teaching them about what you think, then you automatically think, oh, these people are evil because they're it. But that's not the truth. The truth is always somewhere in between, and it only takes a conversation. And I think that we don't have as many bars. People aren't going out and drink. We don't have people in the bar rooms talking to each other, and getting through things. And the internet, it's so easy to just yell and leave. If the rich don't give money to the Dems, anyone else, they will get my vote. Change starts with tiny steps. I finally decided to change my stocks. If you don't have women or kids in your life, you should not be involved in the conversation. And I honestly think one of the big issues that we have is you have a lot of people that were so afraid of the climate issue that for the past 20 years that they did not have kids. Now you have a bunch of 30-somethings that have not had children and they have nothing to fight for. It's not like they want the best for the rest of the world for their own children. So they grab onto a political reason to fight. And that's a big thing. Listen, if you're getting very hostile, I am. How do you expect me to have an honest conversation with those suggestions with America ultra nationalist who is clearly getting agitated? I don't know, brother. Did you see that idiot Mandami said he's going to open up state-owned grocery stores and we'll have 30% cheaper? Yeah, he's having some products 30% cheaper, right? Nationalistic sensibilities triggered. Me? I don't know. You got half your cabinet in your chat. Right, we'll do it. In the West, we attempted to be dispassionate in discussing politics. Try to stay calm. Okay, sounds good. Probably why cops and government don't think with big swell. It's already happening for 20 years. Plus, Flock's probably a scapegoat. Nobody's talking about the other companies. They're just doing the same stuff. You won't even say where you're from. He's just a rage banner. He's not guaranteed. He's not. He's probably 16 living in, let's say, probably the UK or south of there. Jim Bob NSA present program has a capability of recording every smart device on the planet for the next 100 years. Yeah, that's fine. B2B is a perfect candidate. Dang, you're way behind again. People need to stop typing full paragraphs. Sorry, every video is a conversation, little EMF meters to your smartphone. Yep, they have that. They absolutely do. What up, brother Dakota? Not much. Dakota's hot as hell. Hot as hell today. It's hot here now, too. Bring up Snowden to get blank stares. I have to bring back the numbers. What's the cost? It's like things goes us to noon. Do you do away with the Constitution? Why? AI have rewrite it. Kilo Cadus SCOTUS. Yep. Screwed us all. Yeah, but Flock, they're all just play a card that blocked the whole profile of your car. Let's say everyone talk Dems, Fems, Republicans, except the darkies. Give them a timeout. I'm older than you, so I'm going to call you youngster kid. Long hair radical, no offense. What's currently in place? Not good for everybody. You got to run on a fourth party? Yes, fourth party. Again, Trey, that's what's working around technology 2011 because I would rather argue about stuff that help you. Right. That happens a lot too. Yeah, that happens a lot too. And that's probably what you're doing. You probably argue that, yeah, that help. I don't agree with stupending my Fourth Amendment, superseding my Fourth Amendment. There's a lot of compatible sides. Flocks just won. $100,000 stripper nights probably never end. No, probably not. Dude, yeah, that's a t-shirt idea. Get the Flock out of here. There's got to be one. 2012, 2016, major metropolitan departments with NYPD partnership with tech corporations using thousands of dollars closed circuit feeds, automated license plate readers. Dude, back about 16 years ago, I was working here for a city right beside me, Peachtree City, and they had license plate readers and stuff then. They even had it so the license plate readers, when you pulled into like one of the shopping districts, it would know if you spent at one of those shopping centers, one of those stores, and then it worked with the database of those stores. And if you did shop there, it would let you know if there was a sale going on in that area. So it knew where you were driving. If you were heading into the shopping center and then said, "Hey, there's a 50% off sale at Gap." Yeah, this was almost 20, this is 16 years ago. I've been spying on decades, just getting bolder, but 2017, 2019, early predictive policy for facial recognition tools being pushed back, leading early adopter in cities. 1984. He was not lying. Liberals are 90% having borne out, 10% rich people try and avoid others. A lot of the liberal businessmen are only doing that in order to keep the people in power, people that they paid to get in, Democrats they paid to get in decades ago. They want to keep them in power. So they don't care about the politics. They don't care what you do or anybody else's does. They've paid a lot of money to get people into power and they don't want them booted out. So they don't actually believe what they're paying behind. They just want to keep them people in politics. Clearly, every square inch of the USA is stolen land needs to be addressed today, tomorrow, and 100 years from now. The foundation, yeah, okay, you're crazy. Who stole? Yeah, it's done. He doesn't have any more arguments, so he's repeating the same one from freaking 2 hours ago. Further connect Bluetooth cars. Most native peoples didn't have their own idea of land ownership, right? If you need to ask that question, yeah. Okay, your camera's the car's 2027. Yeah, that's crazy stuff. The one that stares at your eyes. I drive a 2004 GMC turbo diesel 4. I don't have Bluetooth. Concerns. Spoils belong to the conqueror. Yeah, right. It's giving sore loser. Quiet little bro. That's what you say. All those things don't last very long. I have a car battery, sell my cell phone, a personally smartwatch died after 3 days wearing it. You are on the internet. Don't answer this. It's just Jonas. Yeah, he's disingenuous. XQC from Timo. No, that was an ultra air. Speaking of air conditioner, there we go. Been back on the internet since the days of intranet and DOS. There you go. That's more like my speed. BBSs and freaking no man. I ran a BBS, WWIV, Tagnet, Crabnet. Won't mention that one. Those who have essential liberties to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty or safety. This land was not stolen, it was conquered. Yeah, he doesn't know the difference. They don't come cry when the freedom tax. The system doesn't count amongst it as a value. You'd prefer to be gnawing on a bison bone in Tepe right now. The founding fathers would have told to get that fuck that they said they're always on cameras and microphones. They definitely would have. We surpassed that long ago with our own free volition. Lonesome Valley. So the state of 30% cheaper. Not only was this land conquered, the Native Americans were with each other at the same time. You can't be neo-Luddist and also the internet. Go live in the woods. Yeah, it's just starting trouble. I always live in the wilderness. How do you know Ennis personally feel about historical conflicts? He doesn't at all. Listen, I think he's never gotten this much attention from a live streamer before, so he needs to keep saying stuff. And he's probably hoping for a good clip. He's hoping for me to freak out and tell him what he wants to hear. France lives in the UK. Lives a third world shithole. The other migrant. You can rock yourself to fetal position, tell yourself land wasn't stolen. You want a reservation? No. You declare yourself open to give out his opinion. Yeah, you're not a concerned world citizen. And the thing is, listen. So do you know there's hundreds of billions of dollars on those reservations, right? You know that, right? You know that. They have hundreds of billions of dollars on those reservations, especially where they have the casinos and whatnot. They could absolutely help their fellow people there. Absolutely. They absolutely do. They absolutely could. Why do you not look at that? So what you want is you want to say, oh, don't look over here. Don't look over here. It's these guys over there that are the problem. Don't look. No, that's the problem. The problem is they got a way to become very wealthy, and a very few decided to hoard that wealth, watching their brethren starve. That's the truth. Relevant. What's relevant? You acknowledge it as a collective nation. No, you have to say, why aren't they helping themselves? They've got plenty of money. We don't have actual arguments. Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Just a blank statement. Nuance more complex. Every inch of North America was stolen. What are you talking about? This land was fair and square. Right. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He was told something once and he thought it was good to talk about on the internet. Native Americans didn't believe in land ownership. Right. Right. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know now. He doesn't know now why the very wealthy American Indians don't help their own people. That's just a foolish way to take. They don't own land. They lost it. Pegasus Software, $50,000. Where's the outrage? You haven't engaged in the setup. Satisfied? You feel there's. We've got Native American reservations. It ends up looking trashier when you give it to them. You cannot advance no matter what they do. And I believe there's an issue there. They don't want to hear it though. So when the people in living in bad situations say, why are we in a bad situation? The guy in the Lamborghini that owns the casino says, oh, it's because freaking the land got stolen and they took all your stuff. Well, then why do you have so much stuff, Chief? Why do you have so much stuff? Looks like the white man done did gotcha. They done freaking stole your land. No, listen, people, there's plenty of wealth in America. The people that wants to help people can help people. The people that don't. And that's what's wrong. The problem is evil. The problem is the people don't mind seeing the people that they consider lesser than them in their own, they don't want to help their own fellow man. Happened over at Trump. He used tens of millions of dollars of political donor stuff to pay off his massive illegal attorney's fees, and not one Republican said anything about it. I don't think they care. And listen, I don't even think a lot of the Democrats or Republicans in office cared about the billion. I mean, maybe they might act like they care now with the whole Fauci thing, but there was trillions, hundreds of billions of dollars spent on the whole COVID wackadoo. I know we had no idea where a lot of that money went. Bring the proof. Even NHTSA's cameras and size, that's not a good idea. And just tomorrow, who knows? You can't TikTok the media. Government grocery store force private groceries out of business. Yeah, I agree. Racists. Remember when you sounded our chest and we cried of a surveillance state like USSR? Personally, I do respect the least off connections to the Native history and teachings. What I could do about it, I wasn't live dodging arrows, fighting for survival. Right. You can do something. You can create a nonprofit to raise money and take money and help the people there. You can do it. We have the political system set up. People aren't doing it. They aren't doing it. Listen, if you can donate $2 billion to the Kamala Harris Fund to have her beat Trump, why couldn't somebody raise $2 billion to go help the American Indians on reservations? Do it. Well, first you gotta say that. Well, first you gotta say that you stole our land and then you burned down the Constitution. No, you just help them. The NHTSA has a lot of pull on what goes in cars. Yep, National Highway something and Safety Administration. I don't think he really understands. No, he doesn't. The largest growing group of indigent Americans. Yep, yeah, I agree there. A person of color just reworded Orwellian doublespeak. A couple of those Texas, Louisiana tribes were reported heavy eating MFOs. Citizen is just a troll. Yeah, he's a troll. He's probably a Trump supporter. Really engineered people, not like the humans. I think sometimes people come in and act so poorly, and they look like that they represent like the left or the right, but then they make them look really bad. There's hundreds of billions of dollars there. Wait, you think the answer is a very dollar value? Where do you think you divorce your civic responsibility to your fellow? You haven't told me what you've done. And you have no idea what I've done. You've got no idea what I've done. And you haven't even said or lied about what you have done. Yeah, I don't want to hear it. Citizen of the Bever Bottom Twink Grinder app in the London area. I tried to defend the Native American stuff. We have to Choctaw Chief Greenwood left for us as Trail of Tears. Some cultures just never revere. He died a rich man in a mansion. Yeah, right. He sold his people out. Right. But listen, Some of the Native Americans worked with the Americans and they got rich off of it. They just didn't help because you don't understand how tribality works. You don't understand or you don't care. They have billions. So large. My problem is sums up the extent of your investment in wealth for your fellow Americans. That comes. You must feel this. Rationale applying uncommitted. Yeah, I think but what you want is to burn down the Constitution in order to prove that we're sorry. That's what you want. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Because you don't care who you destroy to get what you want. I think everybody can get helped, but you would rather destroy something first. You would rather destroy in order to help the people you want to help rather than use the structure that we already have to help everybody that needs help. There's other ways to do it. Here you go. Indigenous Scottish Donald Clan blood came from the Pictou. They were savages. I'm really sick of seeing white people as a scapegoat of everybody else's faults. Not even white. It makes me sick. Swedish, Danish, Dutch, Berserker, descendancy. Not generation. The Picts are Picts. Roman Empire couldn't defeat them. Donald Clan blood. Mudbotters, what up, brother? Last group of money saved the government, burned down the whole town. I'm pretty sure it was blacked out outside of Chicago. Jeez, dude. There's Mudbutters. What up, Samson? Like being proud of having incest and retardation in the family. Jesus Chrysler, dude. What'd I miss? We have a museum. Mudbutters on Sky Island. HOAs are tyranny. Here I am. For you. To you. Oh, no. Cat's about to come in here. I go into brown anything out of butters. Pizza Gators? Oh, Pizzagate. Homeowners Association's Nazis started in Nazi Germany. Freud said the cohesive groups top out around 12. Conformity. What? 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 What, buddy? Damareb. What, buddy? What? Sorry, my cat's going whack. What's the topic? What's your position? Time to change to start a fourth party and rebuild the system from the inside, brother. You're going to be a troll, Mudbutters. Short thing. Rebel, Republican, or Democrat? Currently, I'm a Republican voting liberal. I'm an American. I believe Constitution as it's written. I also believe a higher power referred to as God. Amish is selling watermelon stuff when cheap. What? Here in New York, natives Mohawk die were the British. You make a lot more money on favorited. Yeah. I love some Mudbutters. I know Mudbutters. He seems all right here. The Japanese has got some honeydew melons for sale. Soldier Boy. Streams on favorited. Hook up, Soldier Boy. I said it. What? What do you want to do, cat? Huh? What? You want to be on TV? You want to be on the YouTubes? What? Hold on. I'll get you on there. Hold on, cat. Hold on. Boom. Remote camera feed. Oops. Boom. Remote, go. Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. What? Oh, you can't see. Hold on. What? What, buddy? Huh? What? You want to say hi to the internet? Wow. Get your claws out my leg. All right, sorry. All right, hold on. Let's go get the cat something. Hold on. I'll be right back. Meow. Come on. Jeez Louise. Sorry. Kata. Oh, I'm way far behind. Jeez. No. I said I'm a Republican voting liberal. It felt big. What's your ideology accomplished to rebuild what way? So we have to 100%. We've got to change how health is talked about in this country. We've got to start disabling a lot of the wackadoo part of our medical systems that don't push solving issues, but only solving symptom control or doing symptom control. We've got to absolutely redo our education system. We've got to get people on to change their priorities from spending money for college to actually investing in their futures younger, finding things, do things in high school, offer classes and whatnot in high school that can find people's God-given talents and push them for that rather than saying, I just want to be rich. Hear that, Dakota? I'm thinking this is just a bad poor Europe because over here for FIFA games to see the Europeans things. Yeah, he's all right here. Guns, dope, wood chipper party. FIFA is dead because America, Trey. Way to go. Europe down has a chip on their shoulder, Brits included, and Americans usually got too much bacon on their back. Cat, I'll take a chip on my shoulder over bacon on fat on my back. Bacon fat? Why do all cats sound like they've been smoking for 40 years? I'm trying to build an Amish Native American empire. Let's do it. I'll help you. Most of the frequencies that cats use can't hear. It's probably true. I guess most animals do, though. This strategy for addressing emotional topics continue to impede conversations need to be well thought out. You risk losing support from both parties. Yeah, I agree. So I would definitely run. It's not non-affiliated, but I would 100%. What part of my entire thing would be to do basically what I'm doing here. I would find actual Democrats and Republicans that I can agree with and that will agree with me and think that that's a great way forward. And then if I can't find support from either one of the parties, I'll do it myself and I'll start local. I'll absolutely start with my locale and I actually absolutely want to push my way through. Obamacare, National Europe is generalizing when something is right. You don't know what I want. A new constitution, yes. Does that process have only one avenue to perceive pandemonium devastation? You can't give me how you want it done. How do you want it done? Do you want to vote? Do you want to vote on it? Is that what you want? You want to vote? Say, hey, Americans, everybody show up to the polls and vote, and then come to find out that is it possible that the vote's stolen? All right. So then if you don't get that vote, what do you do? What do you do? What is your process? What's the process that you want to go about? Butters, it means that the cats use frequencies in their speech that you can't hear because you're a bitty brained. It's human. I'm never going to vote Democrat or Democrat socialist. Look at Spain. Oh yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not a democratic socialist. I'm not a freaking communist. I absolutely think we've got what we need here to fix what we've done here because we were better at a time, especially in the 90s, like the late 90s, 94, 95, 96. That was great times. And all socioeconomic groups were heading up. Everything was looking great back then. Education was doing really good. It started to fall off later in the late 90s. After we started getting rid of a bunch of our manufacturing, and that was a big mistake. People need things to do besides argue on the internet. Quit acting like a mod. You are a freaking troll. Well, episode's going to be grab them by the neck. There's Americans like you who place. Didn't even like anything mind control to Dr. Delgado. Clearly, I wasn't making fun of you, Wrath. Yeet. Quit being a brain-headed troll. Yeah, you're definitely. Walmart should be Amish. Definitely didn't say Trump or the Republican Party, but your mind automatically is set to paranoia mode. That definitely didn't say Trump or the Republican Party, but your mind automatically is set to paranoia mode. That the everything must be in the right. Must be the me. I don't know if you're talking about me or not. Symptom control is okay if symptom is death. Yeah. I agree with that. Preserving money over an opportunity to build a nation, but you can't tell me how to do it. You just seem like. You're not a problem solver. You're a problem maker. You think the problem is the Constitution and needs to be destroyed, but you don't have a solution how to get there. Yeah, doesn't make any sense. If you're attempting to make fun of me, you failed as a human being. You can't get the. Oh, I didn't even realize it's a wrath in the back. Well, I said to a soccer country, my FIFA came here, and soccer is gay. Glad it got ruined. Yeah, I don't know who was paranoid. I don't know if he's talking to me or not. Generalization saying in 1942. That's because your humor is dry. Like all lefties, they can't me because they don't know humor anymore. Insulted ideas for ideas. Fake humor. Okay, your equivalent of humor, Mud Butters, is Captain Steve. On Good Morning America, Vietnam, the words Captain Steve sucks the sweat off dead man's balls. Bring back the wigs and bull moose party. Yeah, for health, I don't think challenging the symptom control approach is the problem. I think it's symptom politics. Everything's political. Everything. So I have a great bunch of documentation on a different way to approach education on our own a self-control form of. First things first, you got to make sure you don't have any parasites or out of control bacteria, and there should be a place to go, or vitamin and mineral deficiencies. Number one, when you go to a doctor at 13 years old or whatever, 12 years old, and you get your physical, typically happens, at least it used to, back then, there should be a vitamin and mineral deficiency test and a parasite cleanse of whatever kind. So you need to make sure that the food that you're putting in your mouth is delivering the vitamins and minerals to your body, not just fats, cholesterol, sodium, and whatnot. You need to make sure you're getting the vitamins and minerals you need, especially the B vitamins, to make your neurotransmitters. You need that. We absolutely need that. I think, and I know that only 3% of Americans have healthy enough guts to be able to donate their poop, a fecal transplant. That means 97% don't. So if your guts aren't healthy enough to absorb the vitamins and minerals from your food, then you're probably in the long term going to have a vitamin or mineral deficiency, and the problems that come from that, which are severe. So we could make sure that a lot of people aren't getting sick in the first place. I think you said you wanted to tear down and redo the education system the same way to tear down the Constitution. No, I actually have a plan on what to do, and I wouldn't tear it down. I would wind it back. I would wind it back to when we actually had hands-on learning in education. I would swap out a lot of the systems now with, I would put a bigger influence on health, on letting kids know. Like I've got this, I can pull it up. You said a general election, proposed new constitution framework, not rocket science. Yeah, I said that. You didn't say that. I said it. The education system is probably downstream having two parents working. No, that's a big thing too. I warned you. Whether people don't know constitutional convention anymore, how virtually possible is. Yeah, they still think of it from the past. You got to use the current system. You got to use the current system. He listens to some jackass on YouTube and then goes, yeah, I'm retarded. Let's destroy the Constitution. Digital voting machines. You think, yeah, digital voting machines are nuts. The FDA, shit, enforcement agency. Shit, absolute trash. Like, and how is it that a bunch of the stuff that's in our food supply? So this was getting back to my point. I think we should have cheap, available health care, but we should also be able to make people less sick. We have to understand this isn't complicated. What we put in our food supply ends up with people in the hospital. That's what it ends up. And a lot of it is how vitamins and minerals are absorbed. And we don't even talk about it. And no, everybody I talk to, I say, if you got 100% of your vitamin A today, how about yesterday? Did you get 100% of the vitamin A that your body requires yesterday? How about B1, B3, B12? Did you get 100% of that today, yesterday? Right? And nobody does. So how long have you been deficient? And if you haven't gotten enough of these essential vitamins and minerals, then you're going to have a deficiency. Your body can't do what it needs to do. So quality control on supplements. Yeah, we definitely need quality control on everything. Absolutely. I would put out, listen, if I would have the FDA rerun the numbers, all the shit that's been broken 2015, we found out that we've been wrong about vitamin D. We carried the freaking 6 and we did something wrong. So we gave out the wrong number that was required for daily vitamin D, which made people about 30% too low in vitamin D. So insufficient. Right? So we go back and we say, okay, and then we can use our health system to make sure that kids, especially in elementary school, junior high, and high school, have what they need. Even kids that can't afford food, they at least get their vitamins and minerals throughout the meals throughout those years and what they need. So we start there by not having kids that grow up in deficiency, which causes a lot of the issues that we have. There will be a lot of corruption and fraud in all government organizations. Yeah, and there's so much corruption now. I wouldn't trust the Democrats especially the DSA, they're cut from the same cloth. I wouldn't trust it, especially with like all the billionaire wackadoos. This is what pisses me off about the current Democrat Party. They're talking about the billionaires and the millionaires, but you're only talking about the Republican ones. You're not talking. Listen, there's 989 billionaires in America, and we only talk about 3 or 4. What about the rest of them? They don't ever talk about them. So once you learn these things, that there's more, then you start to see that, hey, it seems like you guys just have a grudge and you want to use the system to hurt these people. You should put what I know into my food supply. You should see what I put into my food supply. Holy cow, John Goldbody. Do you think all of these failures that you see are actually intentional and changing them will be resisted because no, I think it's intentional. Yes, I think it's intentional because it's so profitable for the medical industry to have an insufficient and deficient population. It's just, dude, even dentistry. The reason for tooth plaques in a lot of people is low vitamin K2. So if you have low vitamin K2, your gums are trying to remineralize your teeth. Low vitamin K2 makes the plaque build up because with high enough K2, the calcium will absorb into your teeth. And we were lied to about teeth not being able to remineralize. They can. So now dentists make a bunch of money off of kids. How many children do you know that are eating fermented soybeans? So how are they getting high amounts of K2? They're not. So you make a bunch of money off of dentistry, just cleanings and whatnot. And you get a bunch of money off of all the vitamin mineral deficiencies. The only 2 things that we do is give you enough vitamin D to not have rickets, bent bones. But okay, so this is the amount that you need to not have rickets. But what about the rest of the body? And it's definitely low. Warned you. Problem is a solution. As strict chili hot dog, doctors aren't impressed with the results. Feeling great. Educational system receives back the return right here after I agree. Not everybody needs to go to college. If you're a Republican voting liberal, what are the positions you identify at the left with? I think we need to help the ultra poor out more. But I think the way that the money is spent needs to be redone. I'm not so stupid to think there's not billions and billions of dollars in fraud. So I'm absolutely for the whole Doge thing. I'm absolutely for plugging the holes in the system. Absolutely. I'm not so naive to understand what's going on. Like with the Medicaid fraud, the Medicare fraud, all of that. I understand that. I'm down with that. I'm down with helping that. I'm down with helping the worst in our country. I also think that we should get more freaking homeless off the street. We should get a whole lot more drug rehabs, and we should push more laws into you're not gonna freaking steal from somewhere. If you are, you're going to jail. You'll get fed in jail. If you are stealing for drugs and you get arrested and you're going through drug withdrawal, you get sent to a freaking rehab, and we set people up. We could use this money that they're just absolutely hemorrhaging from the country. It's from the country, and fraud could be helped to help the people that need the help. How would you address something as complex as urban food desert? You gotta go after the crime. It's not complex corporate greed. Yeah, I mean it's crime. It's typically crime. That's why they don't have them there. But it's not because of the it's because of the criminal element. It's not because of the people that are. It's the people that are there that are stealing, and they're usually repeat criminals, and they're not stealing because they're hungry. Yeah, so no, you can absolutely button a lot of this stuff up. I think a good idea would be to make the new constitution about what has occurred, the genocide, Essex Clinton. You must be very young, brother. It doesn't matter. None of that matters. How is any of that going to help the future? Who gets hurt? Who gets hurt? So currently, with all the laws in place, everything's equal. And if it's not equal, someone goes against you, you can sue. So why aren't there billions of lawsuits? Why aren't there millions of lawsuits? Because there's not millions of people that are having their rights infringed. Yeah, no, you just don't know what you're talking about. Plenty of K2 chili cheese dogs. Do you think China's secretly giving drones to Iran? Definitely. Definitely. Corey, you don't think I ever told you brainwashed TikTok videos? Yeah, he's definitely brainwashed. Also, boosters and what too? Skynet kitties, bro. Those damn kittens. Biologically engineered obsolescence, I agree. Not coherent. Yeah, you're warned. The Constitution is fine for citizens. People need to obey it, not destroy it like the Democrats. Right, right. I absolutely agree. The Democrats have gone way too far. I'm socially liberal, but I'm absolutely a conservative when it comes to freaking the economics. And I think we're in a very good direction now in the economy. I think bringing back $19 trillion worth of investment in American manufacturing is a kick-ass thing to do. How can that go wrong? You're gonna have less people sitting around thinking that they're poor, and when they're working, instead of sitting at home and going into debt buying freaking plastic goods, they can get some shit done. I tell you, it looks more like to get measles in 2026. The surveillance controls Trump maybe just didn't get the message of blame for the lack of comprehension skills. The big holes are legitimate, not fraud. Yeah, they're legitimate. So scroll up that paragraph, messed up, illiterate by chance. Already had natural beauty, the measles picked up in the first place. I agree with your policy about drugs and drug rehabilitations. Well done. Thank you. Thank you, brother. We need to help people. We need to listen. I'm all about helping people. And I can understand that we just need. I don't think people understand how wealthy America is. I don't think they have any idea how truly we could fix all of these problems quickly. There's no need to be taxing the population like this. Absolutely not. Especially the middle class and lower middle class. Absolutely taxing these people. They should be able to gain wealth. It's so that they can spend more money and inflate and help push the economy along. There's different ways to do things, and they work. But you can't also branch up stupid ass banks too big to fail. No, they failed. Please stop transsexual Achilles from community outside of Peachtree City. Actually work, buddy. Let's see what past grade school. Maybe try again. Okay, just butchering somebody. We don't need to get online and spew garbage and get mad when people call about your lunacy. Let's keep you sucking, do own spewing garbage, but butters, something, mostly because a coward left them saying anything positive Trump in the leftist room. Yeah, I'm not anti-Trump. I mean, he's the president. If you want to get anything done, you got to work with him. And I think this is one of the big problems. I think one of the reasons that we're not farther along as a country is because you have so many people that aren't willing to say, hey, Trump, can we get this done? Hey, here's something, can we get this done? No, because then they look like assholes to the left. And I understand that. You're a cultist clown. Because they'll ban you. One of the open source held biometric apps wouldn't let it to you as a private user. My favorite liberal was John F. Kennedy. That was the last president anyway. Yep, he was for the people. Problem with free is helping the people is the cliche, but the have to help pay with good intentions. I agree. I also think we can absolutely use first of all, you start enforcing the laws. Why is it so easy to you start enforcing the laws? That's what you have to do. Because listen, a lot of people are on drugs. Look at how many people were dying a year from fentanyl overdoses. That means how many more were actually using it. That's just fentanyl. JFK caught in the head, and they call it magic bullet, and everyone believed him. You're a retard. Come to America, stick their world politics, and they believe ever since. Yeah. You're not even American. You have zero idea. No, you don't have any idea. No way, dude. No. Listen. There's something there's a big problem, especially when it comes to the youth. They want to experiment with these things. They absolutely want to. It's not kick-ass to make fentanyl and cocaine legal. I don't think that's the best way around anything. Find another country. There's other countries that you can do this stuff. So work hard, save up some money, and if you want to do it, you go on vacation for a week and you go on a bender and come back, straighten out, and get back to work. Yeah. But why? But why is that? That's because the freaking mob and the crime families make so much money off of that. So, I don't make it legal, but don't make it so you got some dude smoking crack on the side of the road, just like, hey, having a good day, officer? Yeah, safety of the populace is paramount. You can't have and completely like if you're going to legalize it, it's got to be like the old opium dens. Go to a place to get high. Don't be walking around freaking pooping in the street. JFK assassination was definitely on purpose. Get rid of him, tell the truth about the corrupt government. And see what's going on with the freaking And Cuba. People painted bodies, frog suits saying we're in a cult. Right, right. Yeah, and that's a problem too. Like, do you not think you're in a cult? If the Republicans are in a cult, do you think the Democrats are not in a cult? If you say one thing out of line, you're absolutely harassed. And a lot of people I know were harassed away from the left. And you have a lot of people that still say they're Democrats because they're afraid to say that they're Republicans because they'll be destroyed online. And they don't want their reputations tarnished because, like, they don't want people lying on them and shit. It's crazy. It's become vicious. It's become vicious. Pretty much, they already decriminalized drugs in parts of LA, California, Oregon, Seattle, and tweakers smoking fat. Yeah, right. You can't let freaking meth. Feral public crack going for hospital heroin would be much better than methadone. Yeah, and you have to make it available to these people. Listen, listen, if you want to know how homeless vote and how homeless get cash assistance, they need an address. You're like, well, homeless don't have addresses. Right, that's why they call them unhoused. They have places that they can go at the clinics and whatnot to have a PO box, to have an address, so that they can sign up for their welfare programs. And this is also where their votes come to, right? So it's absolutely happening. And they do not need. They're not just homeless. They don't have addresses. A lot of these people are just out there on drugs. The people that say are just a few months behind on their bills, there's churches, synagogues, freaking mosques, all that shit that will help those people. The people that can't find any help in California is because they're not following the rules. If they require them to be sober. Did everyone ever hear about the mix-up meeting with Brazil and the delegates from the U.S. meeting with Conservative Map Erica? Everyone in the company was given the wrong identification. Yeah, dude. COVID and yeah, the whole COVID thing. Yeah, both are cults. Yeah, but the thing is, at least the people that left the left for the right, like broke out of a cult, and at least they know that if you can leave cults, it's not a cult. And the left definitely hammers you for leaving the left. If you leave the right, they say, well, you'll probably find your way back. You know, that's the difference. I think it's admirable and good that you want to help people. The invisible problem is when you go searching for people to help, not inherently bad. No, yeah, you can't go searching for people to help. Absolutely, absolutely not. But when it becomes, when mothers can't push their children down the road, down the street or down the sidewalk in a stroller because somebody's freaking injecting freaking ding-a-ling drugs into their butt cheeks or whatever the hell they're doing, you can't, that ain't kick ass. It used to be, before the bloom of debauchery, people would have sex in bathrooms and spot pods and stuff, not just on the side of the road during a freaking parade and shit. It's just gotten to that where the back room dealings have come out to the public, and that's not the way it should be. It was more kick ass when things were done in secret. Then you just had to wonder if you should. In Metro Detroit, Michigan, we have a really cool Henry Ford Museum, the JFK card, other presidents. Pretty cool, Blaze. Glad to see you, Emma supporting the channel. Me too. Be afraid of the big bad virus. Tax. And the thing is, we know how to handle single-stranded RNA viruses. We know. But they got a product to sell. Do you think everyone should be allowed to vote? No. Not everyone should be allowed to vote. Absolutely not. The people that should be allowed to vote should be people that are either that have a skin in the game. You've got to be paying taxes. At least paying taxes. You've got to have skin in the game. Yeah, no. From what I understand, the address is from what I understand, they use the address of the homeless shelter to vote. Yes, they have PO boxes set up. They've got so you say, you know, whatever, it's 2500 North Street. It's 2500 Box B, Box C, Box 17, Box 45. So that you have that. Neither did the founding fathers because they set up democracies are self-destructive. Yeah, we're not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic. A mob rule is inherently stupid. Probably the number of people are advocating for it. All I want for Christmas is for people to stop moving to Florida. You're going to get one more, brother. I think there should be civics tests for people actually pass it. Well, when I was a kid, you had to pass the citizenship test in order to graduate high school. Like it was part of the curriculum. But now the people only teach back as far as they want you to know that doesn't break their narrative, especially when it comes to race. I got Johnson and Johnson sick. Oh, geez, my buddy in the State Department didn't think twice not to copy him. Look up the Henry Ford Museum pictures. Henry Ford Museum. Constitution permanently restricts the powers of position slip whatever they want to do. Gotten flack from Republicans for denouncing it means that most of the list are out the ones. Stop player. Stop player. Super Obama. What's the taxes? That's why you tax it all. The tax dollars go to cleaning up the streets. Yeah, right. I understand that too. That there's ways to fix all this stuff. There's ways to fix all of it. Yeah, absolutely. All government needs term limits, just like the president. Yeah, I agree. We got to stop corporatizing the freaking government. Ever hear about the Jones case? Say his girlfriend Karen Reed back up and hit him when she left. In reality, went into his house, cop friends killed him and put him in the snow. Jeez, I think I did hear about that. Age limits. Yes, yeah. I don't think you can correct the problems without first acknowledging how they came to be in the first place. There are harsh truths about the Industrial Revolution and what stemmed from it. I can agree with that partially, but like we can find the issues that where it came from. We're powerful enough to do anything. Absolutely. Oh, and I think a big thing is that this Trump administration showed is it doesn't really take as long to fix problems as it previously was believed. I believe any problem that needed solving, the first thing they said is, how can we get as much money out of this as possible? And then they said, okay, we'll set up freaking organizations and fund that organization and set up this and fund that. Instead of just being like, no, do it. Bring in the freaking bam, done. Move the people out, grab the freaking shit and go. And now we know that can be done like that. So the Democrats, if they want, they better pick up that too. Now we know if it takes them, like, look what's going on in California. Like how much billions of dollars they've brought in to fix problems, and the problems get worse. And the billions of dollars for like the train, and the train's not built yet. But then other states are just like, and we're freaking flying circles around these people. So they're just getting wealthy off of this. No voting for people leeching off of welfare. Yeah, listen, it's got to be special. Rarity is a thing. Civics don't have a Honda Civic. I had a Honda Civic. Where's everybody? How am I the only member here? It's all by design. I should have pass an IQ test, to be honest. UBI coming up, less simpletons, faster society evolves. Unfortunately, that's nature. Got to fix the tax code. Yeah, I agree. Got to fix the tax code. I agree. Get rid of the amendments. Let's go 16th, no more income tax. And listen, I honestly, I didn't agree with the tariff thing, but then I learned that other countries have tariffs against us. So if we're going to bring manufacturing back to America, we got to do to them what they're doing to us. I agree with that. So if we have manufacturing and we can start making money around the world, selling things to the rest of the world, we can bring in so much more income that why would we need only tax the companies? They're making trillions of dollars, only tax them. What do we need to be taxed for? Lord saith, a horse is a horse. Of course. Criminal is a criminal, inherently short-sighted, stupid, and coward. A power can be solved with any money, and a problem can be solved. Right. That was amazing. He just swooped in and grabbed the dude. And wait a second, we didn't need to do that for like a year with a bunch of people dying. So yeah, I just don't believe it anymore. I just lost faith in the old bullshit. I lost faith in that like millions of people have to die. I mean, even this thing that's going on with Iran, I'm not happy about it, but we don't have 10,000, 30,000, 50,000 troops on the ground, Yeah, we've got a lot of power and we should use it. And I do think the Democrats and Republicans have been weak little bitches. Government wasn't supposed to be a career, it's supposed to be volunteer. Yeah, I agree with that too. Yeah, I don't like these crime families getting in and making a bunch of money. You know, I don't like that. And I would like there to be a change enough so that doesn't happen after I get in and make a bunch of money. Civics are wonders of mechanical science. Correct. Dakota was supposed to be a public service. Yeah, it used to be a public service. I think we do, and I think it's cool that they're putting in that thing where Congress can't buy individual votes. That's about time. Individual stocks. Weasel handle snake problems. Only have 10 legal ecological problems. Humans. Karen Reed got off no charges. Same rule. The same didn't kill him. Thanks. Co-worker staged face in the snow. Still, they're having a civil suit right now. Anyone who wants power should never hold. Should never. Anyone who wants power should never hold power within his hands. Yeah. I agree with the tariffs because they lowered trade deficit by 50%. Right, right. I mean, listen, I didn't think it was cool, but what did I know? And then now I see the results. You can't argue with the result. I mean, you can argue about whatever you want, but you can't argue with the results. People have great ideas, but when the results don't come, those ideas have to end. But they've been getting funded. The problem with our government is any bad idea, any idea that gets well funded but doesn't produce fruit still gets funded for decades. Whack-a-doodle-doo, Robert, brother. If we fix the problems we ever have, which are symptoms without understanding the source, cause you all up with compound problems. I agree. I kind of agree with the voting thing, but honestly, that's slippery slope to go down. Before you know it, it'll make a rule that you can't vote. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. And I think that's the fear. That's the fear, you know? We need space lasers. If a business taxed the people, if the business is taxed, the people are taxed. Either way, they just raise their prices. Right. So how do we do it? What do we do? Do we tax other companies for like tariffs working with us? And so, and I got to look into what's happened. Apparently, they made a bunch more money than they anticipated making. But listen, we make a lot of money as America, and with the little bit of manufacturing that we have, if we get a shit ton more manufacturing, we're going to make a lot more tax revenue off of that. Yeah, not if you don't pay it, right? If you get rich, visit Mossad. Spread the word. The dukes and duchesses. People stop buying, they start lowering the prices. Yeah. Oh no, not just that. If other companies compete, they'll lower the prices. So that's what we need. You can't compete with a company in China. So if you're competing here, if two companies open, they're going to compete with each other. If a third opens, they're all going to compete with each other and have to lower their prices. And that's where the value comes from. He throws his dreidels in the like shurikens. That's capitalism, baby. In order to work for minor citizens come together in community and they divide us. Sometimes great ideas, horrible practices even look amazing on paper, you know? Yeah. And usually it looks profitable on paper. Alive a man with a penny. Can also make a meme and the fish. Yeah, it's on purpose. The more regulations you put on, the more market you're Yeah, more comments. I agree. Yeah. People are not talking millions of people per day in live chat. Yeah, have no personal conversations. Yeah. People should read the Declaration of Independence. I agree. We're more connected than ever. We're also more divided ever, spiritually, mentally, physically. I agree there too. Did you notice how the companies raised prices for you that paid back for charging you? Yep. And they made products smaller, the shrinkflation thing. Listen. We have the ability to fight these companies by starting our own companies. And that, I think you're going to see a lot more of that. There's a lot of money available, There's more money available in our economy that's ever been available. And there's a lot, if you like, go to SBA.gov, download a business plan, fill it out. And if the numbers look right, you can get funding pretty easily. You know, and just if it's the problem is finding sources, especially for foodstuffs. It should be Jason, but they didn't even teach it no more. Declaration of Independence, God speaks God, all your rights being inherently inalienable, but also points out the reasons to war for the corrupt government, right? Reset capitalism because honestly, just a monopoly anyway. Socialism for the rich and fake capitalism for the poor. But that's even what China is now. China is fake capitalism. It's fake communism. They're actually running on a free market. And now they've got private property and stuff. but the people are living as socialists, forced under it. So it's just a bunch of elites and a bunch of regulars. We can't compete with China because $30 minimum wage. Yeah. And dude, they've got more people in China making less than $2 a day or living off of $2 a day. Graduated 2012, didn't teach shit about the Constitution. Wow. Yeah, we couldn't graduate. I didn't graduate, but we couldn't graduate without passing the citizenship test. California generates probably 14 to 15% of total U.S. GDP, depending on probably 4.5 the national economy. Yeah, and they hardly manufacture everything. That's all the tech industry. So it's a trap. They weren't willing to pay more for consumption. Pay for consumption. We can't pay, especially with the workforce in China has. China has also 1.7 trillion in the hole. Yeah, that's right. That's right. They also are spending like idiots. It's absolutely spending like idiots. GDP, you're all paid $3 in your taxes, fuels for road. Looks like a third world country. Capitalism is the best system. Perfect. Yeah, right. Capitalism is the best system. Listen, I've tried to find a better way. I've tried to look into the socialisms. I tried to look into the communism. I tried to look into other structures. Capitalism is the best way. You've got to enforce the guardrails. We've let people go too far. And then people, instead of stopping it, are like, how can I get a piece of that? Like we're paid to research, develop a vaccine, and pay. Yes, they paid for free companies to get profit. Yeah, and we do that all the time. I do appreciate that. What's happening now? The most something country. What is it called? Most preferred country, whatever it is. So whatever country develops the drug, they get it for the least price, the lowest price. That's good. That's kick ass. Here I am in Arizona in the boonies. They just repaved our roads with BlackRock at $1 trillion dream collectibles. Capitalism allows us to offer social programs. So yeah, we need social programs, and they don't give just enough to complain. Yeah, right. There needs to be a path off. There needs to be education required. There needs to be a path off of welfare. I can understand. I'm talking about for the average welfare recipient. I'm not talking about people that have been injured in war or disabled. I'm talking about people. There's got to be a path off. Capitalism also allows you to stay financially under socialist communist system. You don't have to whether they work in a communist system. Right. You can be socialist in a capitalist society. And the Constitution is only 4 pages. Also written with a curse that at least 2 generations cannot read. And for some reason, I think that they do that on purpose. I think they don't want people to be able to read it. I also had to donate a charity to check out again what they call it, donated charity. So collecting to get the paid back the amount they donated. Yeah, it's all circular funding and shit. Yeah, China's economy isn't doing good. It did good. They tried to overinflate it to look better on the world stage. China has more people with the genius IQs than we have entire populations over. Game has been over for decades. Brother, that's doesn't matter if the people with the higher IQ aren't allowed to rule. You know, I mean, they could be. You can have a freaking IQ of 150 and working in a coal mine. I can't read cursive, but I can still read it. China also has a workforce that are 55 years or older. We need social programs and not for career periods. No, right. This is just common sense. China has major deficit on actual young people since they use organ harvesting and slave labor for decades or 60 amount of children. Not to mention China's facing catastrophic fertility. Yep. Huge infertility problem. It's impossible to start a new bank or credit union. It's called a monopoly. Exercise bailing out Wall Street, GameStop thing was seeing the man behind the curtain. It's all fake. Yeah, that's a big problem too, right? And I think so many people, I think the crime families have gotten so in bed with our government systems that they know if people that want to hold them accountable get into office, they don't, they're like, hey, we stole billions of dollars. We want to be able to spend it. We don't want to go to jail. A dark triad. Found fathers against monopolies. Yeah, that's right. Smart. You're right, but the smarter person will have to work less for the same money. The game is over. Look at the story. Look for the story of a guy named Hannibal. It's unbelievable. Kind of funny. Hannibal. The complete series. Like, why are we graduating our own children and not being able to read? Right. Same. We already have these rules. They're supposed to fail these kids, so they'll do better. Yeah, it doesn't make sense, dude. And we lowered what an A, B, C, D, E, and F is. An F used to be 50% or under. Now it's 0 to 19. Let me see if I can find that. I think it's here. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I hear you, cat. There it is. I can't see if I can find it. Oh, damn it. Oh, 0 to 24. So this came off public school grading scale. A is 84 to 100, B is 64 to 84, C is 44 to 64, D is 24 to 44, and F is 0 to 24. So you don't even need to know what you should know, and you're still gonna, if you get a D, you can still graduate. Maybe we should be shorter engineers and science if we educate our own kids. Yes, it's the absolute problem. It's the absolute problem is educating the children. When you conquer a new land, what's the first thing you do? You set up schools. I mean, not the very first thing. You steal the resources and you change the schools. And I think that's what's happened. We've had a lot of people from outside the interest of America that have injected themselves into our school system. Because we don't educate the world. Those are slush fudge balls just sitting in their pockets. I think a lot of that is. I'm a Teamster. The pension was better when the mob owned it. Embedded suits, probably. You can blame that No Children Left Behind. Yes, yeah, I agree. The world is getting dumber and infertile, right? And we're scaring the hell out of everybody. They're using Listen, if the world dies, the world dies. But you should be able to enjoy it and enjoy your children while you're here. You're scaring all these children with this global warming stuff to the point that people are afraid the world ain't going to be here in 2028. Yes, it will. It will be here. We're going to be here, and we're going to adapt as much as we can. Will people die? Yes, people die. People die. Every child that planted President Bush shit for brains as well as macabre corpse education system under Obama basically killed the education. I agree. 44% being a 2.0 is wild. You've learned less than half of what you've been taught, and you still pass. 0 to 19, yeah, the man's over for learning doing to skateboard. Always lowering the standards. Yes, we should be raising the standards. Arizona adopted the idea. Trump is the one that proposed. It's working great. Money follows children. Not the school. I'm headed back. Had to take a break. Too many darkies were in there. Especially for a regular scope. But John's a school choice. It's great. Yeah, school choice is great. I'm educated. Not dumb enough to get a massive loan. Right. Listen, and that was culture. That was teaching these kids they'd be millionaires as long as they got a degree in anything. I don't know what I want to do, but it's so stupid. We've definitely and we owe it to these these kids to be able to get us out of this ditch. And there's plenty of smart people that can do it. These idiots have driven the country long enough. All right, where are we at? Oh, okay, let's see. If I can't afford it, then I save. If I can't save it, then I need it. If I can't afford it, then I save. If I can't save enough, then I didn't really need it. Right. That's what I think. I go to a used car lot. Yeah, dude. I agree. Listen, we can teach kids better way to live. Okay, there we go. My bumble gum. I think credit score. No. Listen, credit score isn't a scam. This is what the problem is, though. We need to teach kids how to leverage debt. Not just like, oh, freaking Jordan's cool. Oh, freaking Xbox game, cool. No. Grants and scholarships, car dealership are garbage. If I more reliable bills, people selling them. Relative died. Yeah, right. I got a car for I got 2 cars for $1 growing up, and because I got them for $1, because if you sell them for more than that, then they got to pay the taxes. Or if you get away for free, there's a gift tax. Credit score is only high enough you don't have to use it. The credit score is only high if you have it and don't use it, right? Or library cards, Google cards, get everything for free. Though your credit score is based on how much debt you accumulate, how fast you pay it off. There's a couple other things, but basically, yeah. Also, it's debt to income ratio, and then you have things like repayability. There's an algorithm. I'm tired. Pay your bills. Right. Glad we don't have social credit scores like China. Probably on its way. Credit scores is the beginning of social credit. Yeah. More debt, the higher your credit score is. We need to teach kids how to borrow money and start a business. This is my point. We need to listen. When I went to school, high school, we had industrial arts, how to edit videos, and this was before digital. This was on tape. This was on analog tape, VHS and stuff. We taught how to market yourself, how to make iron-ons, taking photos, using big enlargers and developing photos, making silk screens. We had like all these things that we did, and we don't do any of that anymore. And this was just freaking public school. Actually, your social credit score is based on your little. Mine's my like button. Hit that like button. That is the new slavery. Listen, it's indentured servitude, right? You can use debt to become wealthy. Most people just don't know how. And they use the debt that they could have used to help make themselves wealthy early in life because they think, oh, I want to go on a date with this girl that doesn't even like me. So let's send $200 at Fogo de Chao. See what the top number says. Your right score. Yep. Debt slavery. Back debt. I've been trying to keep track of 47 trillion. So got to go into debt to build up your credit score, and I'm going into debt. Like button in the algorithm, like is a social credit score. Yep, I agree. Whatever happened to woodshop classes? They also have classes to teach you how to work on cars. Yeah, when I went to school, they did. Yes, yeah. Listen, and Votech school, they would get donated used cars, and then the kids would fix them, and then they would sell them, and then that would help fund the school, or the kids could buy them if they. Yeah, things were much better. This was in Maryland, Democrat Maryland. Use a silk screening photo, developing made tool to shop middle class. Yeah, this is what we had too. Nope, not like that anymore. Why? And also, or flat cameras, NSA prison program that I do have to social mode programs used on your microphone. Next time you meet a woman who hates you, just buy her house, walk away, right? But your microphone and your camera become our intellectual property. Most people don't even read his TOS. Nope. Learn about cars by taking off every bolt. Yeah. My father went to Lincoln Tech before he didn't get his college. He didn't go to college until he was already married. And I was 13 years old when he graduated. And him and my mom ended up retiring 5 years early because my mom stayed at home with the kids. And then after we were old enough, she went to work with, well, not at first, but ended up at work at the same lab as my father. And then, they made a bunch of money and then got out. But they raised 3 kids along the way. And my dad worked freaking 2 jobs and went to school at night. Limfow. Electable Prince George's County public schools were actually superior back then. I went to Anne Arundel County. Went to the Ford program, Columbus State, working on my neighbor's Mercedes shop at 13. Yeah, that used to be good shit too. And we don't have good community anymore. Like the LGBTQ is considered a community. That's not a freaking community. That's like what should be like what you do behind the scenes. Like you need people that will help you, because if you leave the community, like if you decide you're not bisexual anymore, or if you're a lesbian that decides they want a kid, you get kicked out of the community. If you're trans and then you detransition, you're kicked out of the community. They don't support you. They don't support you throughout life. You need a community that's willing to support you through the ups and downs, and these new communities don't. Yeah, it's whack. They intentionally inflate prices to fund the debt program. Row homes should be not worth $300,000. Yeah, I did. Agreed. We had civics class back home. Mechanics weight class. Give me the gifted program offered as a kid. Yeah, that's a cult. Because like the Trump, the trans for Trump and the gays for Trump aren't part of the LGBT community. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Houses should be cheaper now. Most families have 2 workers. That's why they're not cheaper. My first professor was a VW guy who had a PhD in mechanical engineering. My math teacher is a dirt bike champion. They don't even support you, period. Just politics. Right. They beat you into submission. That's definitely a cult. A lot of PhDs. He probably got the PhDs for like $6,000 back then. 5th grade. Yeah, that back then. I mean, now you're spending 200 grand at a minimum to get most PhDs. At a minimum. All right, let's see. Italy shut down the border travel with Spain.
And we just got an update from authorities in Spain who now say as many as 34 people died in those chaotic scenes. Tens of thousands of people, mostly from Morocco, surged across the border. The
alphabet people only accept you if you 100% agree with this. Yeah, right. If you just say anything wrong, you're out. And like people, like this is people, they start in like junior high and high school with these crews. And then like, they're like, oh, wait, what do you mean? We should have a closed border? The problem with LGBT is all the letters behind the B interact with a lot of gay people and a lot of social. Yeah. So do I. With the movie industry, for God's sake, the music industry, for God's sake, I was around super queer, gay. Absolutely. A lot of people did not agree with adding the T and on, because LGB is who you're attracted to. The rest is how you identify. My science class teacher taught me a chemistry. Had a chemistry degree. Part of the housing expenses due to millions of illegal aliens being let in the United States. Yeah, well, the housing, like in Springfield, Ohio, the housing prices are dropping because they're kicking out 50,000 Haitians, and a lot of them have self-deported. A lot of them had homes, so all these homes are coming up on the market now. And I don't think people understand that. When you see the homeless, they're not the migrants. So they're in houses or housing somewhere. See the correlation of actually hiring people to have the proper education in the fields they are teaching. Right. And we're hiring wackadoos. And they end up teaching like gender studies in math class. Yeah, I agree. You feel safer in the group. Actually, housing expenses has to do with monopoly of Simpsons, strong things, tick lock, block. You can't build a house without it. UPC, Universal Income. What advice would you have for people who don't vote or care about politics? AK farmer, farm. Do what I did. I have 8 chickens. I grow a lot of my own food, and that's what I would do. I talk a lot about politics because I start as an open topic and it gets brought up a lot. But the number one thing I would do, AK, if for any human, is first thing first, understand that your body is what your soul is inside traversing this planet. And you need to make sure that you've got the vitamins and minerals in your body for it to work properly. I would say a lot of issues that a lot of people have is from vitamin and mineral deficiency. My life got extremely better when I finally found out what deficiency I had at 45. I'm 49 now. And I had an exhausting life, depression, anxiety, ADHD, and a lot of that cleared up with a vitamin and mineral deficiency. And then you can do whatever you want. Now I feel like I can take over politics. As a carpenter to trades for 31 years, I would say they're more awake than you are a farmer. If voting really mattered, it'd be illegal. Yeah. If I didn't believe the government should have any right to force children to go to school, seems like indoctrination, right? They should pay parents to teach their kids. They should give it for homeschooling. If you want to teach your kids, you should get whatever. Think about it. California, what is it? $80,000 per kid per year. Just give that money to the parent and let them teach their own kid, or half of it. So the Q is stupid too. And not decided to anything queer, but what's brought up, nobody can really explain. Right? They just wanted to grow their numbers. They wanted to grow their numbers. That's for political power. They wanted to grow their numbers. If you don't care about politics, don't ever lose that quality. Right? If anyone reads the ingredient labels, you put seed oils, everything. Yes, I read ingredient. That's why I grow so much food. I never cared about politics until Hillary tried running. Did have some fruity trans in the health during the Biden administration. Yeah, that was crazy stuff. Look at the old Bill Clinton video making up while I was looking at camera. Ugh. Yeah, the shit growing lawsuits. I never when you think about the Nolan Wells situation. Listen, it looks like an 18-year-old kid that got drunk and went and hung out with some girls and probably tried to go swimming drunk. Listen, I'm not into the whole freaking race baiting stuff. Yeah, I avoid them like the plague too. I use actual tallow, lard, and real butter and coconut oil. That's basically what I use. Yeah, show. If they don't force you to go to Cusco, they just arrest you. You're truant. Don't give your government that much paper in the first place. Yep. Yeah, RFK. The Maha grapeseed oil. We all had economics class taught us how to balance it, but yeah, so don't do that, mud butters. Ever heard of homeschooling or homeschooling programs, charter schools, Jesus Christ? Yes, and people should get paid for it. I got homeschooled a little bit. My mom didn't get paid for it. Yes, this is what I'm saying. The amount of money that these governments pay per child per year, if the parents want to homeschool, they should get that money because the state's not spending it if the student isn't there. And since when have you written a check or used cursive? Well, if you got that money, they'd have time to homeschool, right? If you were getting paid to be the teacher, plenty of people. A lot of people down here do it. Nolan got drunk and drowned. That's all there is to it. That's what it looks like. Yeah, they do. They have lots of programs. But I just haven't seen any of that pay. I could be wrong. I'll learn anything that I don't know. I got expelled the third time, 9th grade, homeschooled primarily. Yeah.
All right, the Spanish territory, really, without anyone stopping them. The president of Ceuta says the current situation is absolutely unsustainable. The amount of people who pushed into the Spanish territory in just one day is equivalent to around 70% of the city's population. The military has now been deployed.
I think he's talking about
Spain's Interior Ministry says roughly.
I think he's talking about cursive. Learning to use money as a tool, responsible adult. Right. We used to teach that. Why should parents get money to educate their own children? It's his duty as a parent to educate their children. But my point was, Ashley, that there's a government allotment of amount of money per child per year. And if the child's not in the school system, then why not benefit the family? That's what I'm saying. In Ohio, 5th grade, everything. Florida's moved here. Had coverage on 3rd grade. Spain is cooked. Hopefully you enjoyed it while it lasted. Doreen. I also have a problem with LGBT. I have a problem with the face being gay. Oh, I got it. Gay. I'm gay. Don't other people get money to teach our children? Yeah. That right. Yes, other people get money to teach your children, but the teacher doesn't get anywhere near the amount of money that goes in per year per child, right? So yeah, so if you're not using that system, and we've got the freaking AI, we've got the technology, but it gets nickeled and dimed. I stopped caring about politics when I realized George Washington sent an army to end the Whiskey Rebellion. I met the new boss, same as the old boss. Homeschool choice homeschool. Yeah, school choice homeschool. I agree. Politics, multiple bloodsuckers. That's because the size of the door.
25,000 who crossed have already returned to Morocco on a voluntary basis. Spain's Prime Minister, though, Pedro Sanchez, is blaming criminal networks and human trafficking.
Dude, this was a very large teen takeover. That's what it seems like. I mean, they all had to set it all up to do it at once.
The situation.
Even food, school, disgusting.
You describe what happened yesterday as an attack, a violation of Spain's territorial integrity. Ceuta is a Spanish city, and what happened yesterday deserves our strongest reproach and our firmest condemnation.
Sanchez says they're working with authorities in Morocco to return those who entered illegally, but needs more to be done to prevent this from happening again. He suggested placing buoys to create a containment barrier. But it is worth pointing out the chaos at the border came just after a Spanish court recently ruled arrivals by sea can't be directly deported. Also, there's a new Spanish program that gives legal status to illegal immigrants. foreign policy analyst Niall Gardner says
he has erected a multitude of new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass people and eat out their substance. Then again, you don't need a licensed contractor.
It's the direct result of open borders, socialist, crazy policies, frankly, including a mass amnesty for illegal immigrants in Spain. And this is what happens, of course, when the left take power.
President Trump telling Fox News that the situation there in Spain is terrible. He says, quote, remember that picture? That's going to be us in 3 years if the wrong side gets in.
So we got to follow up on our coverage of the migrant crisis
it's all done by the Jews
in Spain as a result
Jews
of leftist government.
My gay friends can't stand out
to come into the country.
Yeah, listen, I said I kept from the movie industry. I know a lot of people, gay, straight, queer, bi, trans, whatever. And most of them outside of like high school and college do not hang. Like I said, you have a lot of freaking. They tried to make a community of Democrat LGBTQ people. And now the people that aren't Democrats cannot be in that community. So it doesn't mean anything anymore. I got a problem with the alphabet mafia imposing ideas, changing sex child, and say a base parent. Yeah, that's a big problem with a lot of people too. I agree. Collectible, some states are refusing to cooperate with the bar exams. It all falls under G. Children can't get tattoos. They can't get pierced. Cannot drink alcohol. Life-fighting decisions by Alex. Yeah, I love Black Conservative. Did you see Nick Ventus verse? Yes. I grew up in a club scene. Florida gay people don't act like that. I don't mind gay people, just don't choose them, at least they were to death to the white Christian. When did they say that? That's right. There's some cult shit. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm subscribed, baby. I'm subscribed. He's my boy.
Right, they did that when they decided to offer amnesty to the illegals living in their country. And when you offer amnesty, when you tell people if you come here illegally, you're going to be rewarded, right? You're not going to be deported. You're going to be rewarded if you stay here long enough. Yeah, I think there's a bunch of people who are going to want to come into your country from the third world, right? From countries that, for all intents and purposes,
Andy Beach, put the gun down. Live
in your country and make your country a shithole. And that's what Spain is currently experiencing, right? They effed around and they found out, okay? And President Trump actually chimed in on this situation because, again,
everybody says, man, clearly not a man. Yeah, and they're doing that on purpose. You have a lot of people that are really, really bad narcissists that are using that whole movement to get a bunch of attention because it pays. They're doing it for the internet. For speech, for cognitive distance. Yeah. They're rough. Greg is one of the best YouTube channels. Award 3 times. Then my fist will hit you. Alphabet people are founded by the government. That's why women's rights activists, majority of people vote. Saw the writing on the wall. Yeah. There's a huge movement developing now on the left. That's anti-T because it's appearing very misogynistic. And it's like, how did you guys not see this before? Temporary protective status. What up, Andy, brother? Don't get why I force everyone to have it directly try to be. I'm gay. Everyone must know it. Yeah, it's a psyop.
This is a cautionary tale of what will happen to the United States of America if we allow leftists to take back power and control. Take a look.
I saw Spain yesterday, and I watched the catastrophe that took place. It looks like an invasion of a country.
Invasion.
Hundreds of thousands of people. And that same thing's going to happen to us if the Republicans don't get elected, except worse. Much bigger, much easier to get into, despite the fact that we have built thousands of miles of wall, which I said we were going to do, but we didn't have that, forget it. But we have the safest border in the world.
Safest border in the world.
We're not in office. Our country will be invaded at levels that made Spain look small time. And when I watched it, I said, boy, I'm going to say it because I knew you were going to be at Camp David. And I say,
I don't have a problem with you if you're a gay, so shove it down my throat.
Because
shoving it down your throat.
They don't know what to do. And it's happening again today. They're coming in by the tens of thousands. They're just invading the country. And what that is weak.
Yeah, weakness. Pretty sure North Korea is safer.
But very liberal law.
Yeah, Trump walked across it. Democrat socialism. Yeah, right. That's listen. I actually think the power structure that left, and especially the financial structure that left the Democrats, that's now helping fund the Republicans, use the DSA to try to get the rest of everything out. I think that the Democrats realized they went way too far left to really secure a vote. We'll see what happens during the midterms. And if it turns out bad, like in order for the Democrats to even get a majority in the House, they have to win 4 of the swing states that Trump won in double digit percentages. So like it might happen. We'll see. But it looks like most people that I know that were Democrat voting liberals are now Republican voting liberals. There you go, Jim Bob, throwing the jewels, brother. Thank you, brother Jim. There you go, doing the right thing, helping a brother out. Thank you, Jim. Good island. The DMZ is the most heavily guarded border in the world. Who cares what Trump says? Did they release the list yet? Democratic Socialists of America went full Nazi. Right. And you know that saying, you know the man you hate, you look more like him every day? That's what's going on. Like that's what's going on. The Democrats are done doing damage control for scrambling for groups of individual investors. Yeah, it's going rough. Yeah, full retard. Most goodness is cowardice and meat.
Passed a couple of laws, and people read. You know, people are smart. They read from other countries, and they swam that 3-mile swim or however they got in, but nobody's seen anything like it. That will look good compared to what's going to happen to the United States.
Well, Spain says it is dealing with an incredible situation as it continues to contend with wildfires. The country's prime minister is now at the border crossing with Morocco, where tens of thousands of migrants came over, creating a chaotic scene. The huge and sudden influx has overwhelmed border authorities. Pedro Sanchez calls the situation a violation of Spain's territorial sovereignty. The mayor of the border city says about 60,000 migrants crossed from Morocco, and at least 34 people have died in the process.
Oh, 60,000.
The crisis began yesterday with security forces clashing with migrants.
Walrus,
and the CBC's Julia Chapman is in London following developments for us. She joins us now live. So, Julia, what's the latest on this migrant situation in
Los Angeles? They didn't even check my ID.
Well, Arthur, these are pretty unprecedented crossings that we are seeing into Ceuta, the Spanish exclave that gets connected by land with Morocco. Border guards there have been struggling to hold back the numbers of people who have been trying to enter over the past day. Many of them
that's what pisses me off to no end. Like I keep hearing Trump files. If Trump was in the files, why didn't they just release them? Why didn't the Democrats release them? Why didn't they? And the FBI thing's been going on since the 90s. They could have released these files in 2000. They could have released them in 2005, 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. They didn't. This is what pisses me off, because if there was anything in there, they could have released it. And if not, you don't think that it's going to get erased? Yeah, I'm going to be third party. I'm voting a Republican until the Democrats or a third party come up, because I just think that I like the way that that my values are being manifested in the Republican Party currently. I think what was kick-ass about the 1990s Democrats is now been absorbed in. I think that the Republicans realized they needed a little bit of stretch to gather the rest of the center left. Why didn't they just charge Trump? Right. Well, the problem is too, Jason, we don't know, right? And like, especially when it comes to the Epstein thing. Is it more Democrats were in the Epstein files? So it's like, is it the lesser of two evils? Or why didn't they just let us know who was evil? And then like
swimming across the border in a journey that has been quite dangerous. We have seen a number of people drown in that process. Others have simply breached the land frontier, the fences and the walls that separate Morocco from Spanish territory. There have been hundreds of police brought in from mainland Spain, but they are dwarfed by the sheer number of people trying to enter. And as you say, Pedro Sanchez, the Spanish Prime Minister, is in Ceuta. He has described this as an attack, and he blames smuggling, trafficking gangs for encouraging people to cross. There have been some officials who've also pointed to a recent verdict by the Supreme Court that says that migrants entering the two Spanish exclaves in North Africa, if they enter by sea, they can't automatically be sent back. It does also appear there have been some reports.
They can use what they left political talking points, but nobody will be charged because they wait for statute of limitations.
Moroccan police have actually been encouraging people to make that.
It's the theater of it.
That crossing, but in other places they have been seen trying to deter them from doing so as well. There are also now many people voluntarily going back to Morocco, people who are saying that they haven't been able to get food or find anywhere to sleep, and that the journey hasn't been worthwhile for them.
We certainly know that this has been an issue that many European countries have dealt with. So what are some of those neighboring nations saying about this most recent issue?
See, this is
well, there have been a lot weighing in.
This is what I'm talking about, okay? You have 60,000 people. If they're in some sort of group chat together, why doesn't everybody just donate €5 and then create something kick-ass that a lot of these people can then shift around the political leanings or start a company or do whatever, anything that needs to be done to start shifting this stuff over? Like, obviously, they've got the communications of all these people. But what I think it is, I think they did a bunch of people so that they brought people in another way. Like what happened at our border, they had the way the cartels did at the border is that they would send a bunch of people up to get caught that would bring all a border patrol together, so then they would sneak other people down line. There should be no statute. No, there should be no statute of limitations for people. No, absolutely. And there should be death penalties. Because listen, a lot of further issues in people's lives stem from what happened to them as kids. If we're worried about accountability, I wouldn't be the one who knows Jussie Smollett. Yeah. Even the Roman emperors at Pedo Islands, they were doing it before Jesus was born. This is why I preach petitioning over the protest your party recommends. Get that paperwork trail going. Florida, yeah, I'm heading that way, brother. I'm heading that way. You're getting one more. What did I go back to? This was the invasion in Spain. Why should there be a limitation for army kids? There shouldn't. There should not be. There should not be limitations. Yeah, execution. Yeah. Listen, it's definitely not very liberal of me. Definitely for killing people and that like having for the death penalty for harming kids, especially when you see that these people have gotten out for 2-year-olds, 4-year-olds. This shit is twisted.
Of course, Spain is part of the Schengen zone, which means that once you have entered it, you are able to travel among those European countries without any border checks. And that means that this has caused alarm for a lot of other members of the Schengen agreement, saying that Spain has a responsibility to stop these people from entering the zone. Now, Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission president, has also weighed in. She says the images coming from Ceuta are unacceptable. We can't allow anyone to come to our union.
Right. Listen, this is why so many people left the Democrat Party when Tim Walz pardoned an illegal alien child rapist. And he said when he was signing the pardon, I do not see how releasing him is going to affect the safety of my community. He raped a 10-year-old multiple times, and then tried to pay for her silence. And he's an illegal alien, and he got a pardon from the guy that was just a few swing states away from being our vice president. At the very least, they should be chemically castrated. Harsh, swift punishments, real sickos. 75% of prisoners just drug users. Shouldn't probably been there. Yeah, I think we have a huge drug problem in America. What happens to the map BS Democrats trying to push? Yeah, they went too far. Hanging for treason is still a thing. Yep. So yeah, kill a bunch of them, get some of the relevance, rehab, mental health. Yeah, listen, if you harm a child, especially if it like a freaking toddler, just didn't release his pardon. Right, he pardoned him. And then when people come in and say, "Oh, Republicans freaking penis," okay, you can say Republicans are in the Epstein files, but you just don't know about it because the list hasn't been released. But you have the guy that was supposed to be the freaking vice president. When you read Tim Walsh, Democrats just mentioned that Trump is a felon and a rapist, right? Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay, all right. So now you have somebody I'm not voting for. I'm not voting for Trump, right? I'm not voting for Trump, and I'm not voting for the leader of the Democratic Party is currently, or who would have been, Tim Walsh. They have haven't hung hanging for treason since 1950. Some Asian guys stole the books. Multiple states brought back firing squad. Yep. Death sentence, sex offenders. I didn't pardon any of the law-abiding people that were deported. Chose that POS. That's what pisses me off. Right. Like, look, dude. All right, just get the hell out of my country.
Union without abiding by our rules. Dangerous crossings must be stopped immediately. There have been critics who say that Spain is too soft on immigration. Earlier this year, it normalized or naturalized the status of more than 1 million people who had come to the country unofficially. And Italy's foreign minister says today that may also be one of the reasons for the influx we've seen over the past day.
Julia, thank you for this.
This is one of the things too. You have to understand propaganda exists, absolutely a thing. But when you've been told hundreds and hundreds of times, when they knew that Trump was going to release the Epstein files, or their administration, the little bit that they did, so they wanted to preempt to be like, he's in there. Then just show us before he takes office. Show us. And so they keep failing. This is the thing: is the Democrats keep failing us. They failed us failed to protect us at the border. They failed us to protect us. If Trump is in the Epstein files, they failed to protect us from Trump. So they're weak. And I think that, like what she just said, this is weak on the border. They're down with opening up. Listen, I think the current Democrat Party has lost so many people. I was saying this about Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania had 1 million registered voter lead, Democrat to Republican. Million more Democrats registered than Republican. Currently, it's 50,000. So they lost so many people to the either independent or the Republican Party just in Pennsylvania because of stuff like that. I don't want the death penalty. I don't want the death penalty for sex offenders. They should be work hard, live the rest of their lives. Yeah, but what if they get a pardon? 3 arrests, one of them still alive, 22 witnesses mysteriously died. I wanted to hear Spain Cat playing it out. One of their cheers borders open. Several U.S. states have passed laws on death penalty for aggravated child sex offenses led by states of Florida, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Alabama, and Arkansas. Most this year. There already laid Josh Hawley, who's custody in Congress, and pardons every single person in federal death row. There is a lady, Josh Hawley, who has questioning on Congress. Oh, yeah. A judge, yeah. Firing squad is back. I guarantee you when the caravan's headed out and they're buying his story. Clemency, right. What up, Robert, brother? Trump got that impeachment. With that 20% of Spain's population under... Right. How you doing, brother?
CBC's Julia Chapman in London.
Yeah, so you see that, you heard that. Now, what I find to be so fascinating about all this is that you have the European leaders, the same people who are pro open borders, right? Who caused the mass migration issue into Europe, right? Who have incentivized these individuals to come to the border, most of them military-age men. These same individuals are now acting as if they're appalled. Oh, we're appalled. This can't be happening, right?
Like Spaniards bringing their dookie parasite blankets like
Ursula von der Leyen. She is taking
people
the
buying the entire time. So
coming from this city are unacceptable. We cannot allow anyone to come to our union without abiding.
I'm about to call it a night. If you about half hour. Hey, no less. Sex offenders should be not eligible for pardon unless there's absolute proof they were not guilty.
Smuggling networks must be dismantled.
Yeah, well, they're not guilty. Yeah, they're not guilty.
As our rules allow.
Right. So one of the big problems our legal system has is a lot of times false accusations cause a lot of stuff. So it like you find people 40 years ago they were actually not guilty. So if they would put to death, they would that's a big problem. So yeah, there needs to be like Spain's population is less than 50 million. I didn't know dookie parasite from South America let 10 million illegals under by it. It's 25 million. Dookie.
People who supported mass migration into Europe in the first place.
Ventures. Finally,
Prime
Minister Di Narendra, we both know our greatest wealth are our people. That is why I'm so glad that we are signing an agreement on mobility.
Dookie parasite.
We will facilitate the movement of students, researchers, seasonal and highly skilled workers. And this is also why we are launching the first EU legal gateway office in India. It will be a one-stop hub to support Indian talent moving to Europe in full alignment with member states' needs and policies. This is good for our economies. This is good for the friendship between our people. And this openness benefits
if y'all worried about migrants and started families here, maybe
of the Migration Pact, and I'm talking to you as a woman to a woman, as a mother to a mother. How can you not be ashamed of promoting the Migration Pact?
Brother Mudbutters, compounding is a thing. I'm not anti-immigrant. Absolutely not. But we were already having a housing issue and an education issue. I think we should have came more people like to do in Singapore. The illegals, number of illegals are way more than what's publicized. Who let in the bed bugs? They're completely wrong. Going in the U.S. for over 50 years. I remember reading an article about it. I remember bed bugs. DOC barbed wire, never down. Yeah, blame Reagan too. You say healthcare is U.S. free, right? And the thing is, if Reagan let in a shitload of people, then we have enough people. I guess healthcare in U.S. Is treat the symptom, not the problem. With the other thing, healthcare is fine. If the company pays a lot, you can tweak. He's healthy. He just gave us money. They've been saying black population is 13% for 50 years. A lot of abortions, brother. We don't have enough jobs for Americans to do any more people. And like we found they're currently doing a scrub of people that are using multiple social security numbers. So like, for instance, there was a raid today, Friday. Yeah, today of some places where they had a bunch of illegals using legal Americans, obviously, because they have social security numbers. So they're like, but there's a guy working here in this state, and as people say that they're working here in this state with the same social security number. And so there are, I mean, what the number is, we don't know. But regardless, we don't need the extra stress. We have a lot going on here that we should put our resources into fixing. No, it hasn't grown. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Had to have grown. Commodities are finite. Why is everyone here for healthcare? Just because you can afford it doesn't mean you have the best healthcare. Why? We have the best healthcare. We have the best healthcare in the world. We have the for the money. It's the best healthcare in the world. Especially, you have a lot of countries that have more socialized healthcare and they have much longer waiting lists. And the thing people don't understand is results. Just because you can see a doctor or get into a hospital doesn't mean you get the results. A lot of people end up not getting the positive results they wanted, even though they get that healthcare. I believe bedbugs started appearing in New York City in the mid-90s. Nice. Housing issue with more cause of farmers leaving land, developing with developers making shitty concrete strip malls, Applebee's, and Walmart. Yeah, yes, Mudbutters. But of the houses that did exist, remember, the people that are homeless aren't the migrants. Right. So there's a lot of migrants, illegal migrants that are living in homes and other like. So why didn't we open up the hotels and whatnot to our homeless? Immigration needs to be harder until we get our country in order. I agree. The Lamborghinis aren't a good car because you can't afford one. Kind of wild. That lady who worked for some Snap company or whatever was questioning. They were saying Americans needed soda to turn down Kellogg's was in her pocket. Oh, Kellogg's was in her pocket. Yeah, wow, they're freaking bunch of. We have amazing healthcare. We also have Hellcats, Dodge dealerships. We can't afford them. Jimbo, if you also have the factory, the black women, board made for everything by us, yeah, healthcare for the issue. It doesn't mean they aren't quality. And you're the fool if you drive for Hellcat. Yeah, don't do that. Listen. That's part of the culture we have in America. The consumer culture and the social media has done a number on a lot of these kids too. I haven't seen any homeless illegals. Right? Yeah. You don't. I live in right by Atlanta. I spent a lot of time in Atlanta, and I've been to New York, been back to Baltimore, and they're well taken care of. Black. Why are immigrants outworking Americans? Because they're working for cheaper. They're working for cheaper. And I'm talking about illegal migrants. They have more kids telling us that white babies are outnumbered for the first time. You think we're those extra 10 million illegals? Right. I mean, and like now, and this is another thing too. So they're talking about in Ohio, there's tens of thousands of homes available now. Well, you know what? There's all these people in California that are homeless. So the ones that aren't on drugs, why don't you just bring them to Ohio? And they have all these homes available that are just rotting. It's the last time you saw a riot for homeless veterans. Right, never. Lambo is actually garbage compared to other sports car according to the price. And speaking of legals working, where are the companies being charged for them? Well, that's starting to happen a lot more. When Trump lied about soldiers being killed. TDS. They have more and more money in California. Homeless just numbers increase. Yes, right. And the new numbers that came out to say they increased again.
Which means that millions of women and children in Europe feel endangered, threatened on the streets of their cities. You are responsible for every rape, every violent attack, every tragedy caused by illegal migrants because you are inviting them to come to Europe. And for what you're doing, you should actually go to prison and not to the European Commission.
I bought
Your
my nuts.
presence as the president of the European Commission
14 million
means
Americans
a further collapse
and this is the thing. You got 14 million American children living in poverty, and we just brought in or allowed to come in over 25 million people. Why wasn't that buttoned up first? Why? Because children can't vote. Corporations aren't facing any real penalties. No, they're not. Exxon is making $400 million for offices they work for. Yeah, sure. Right. This was my point. Mud Butters. Why? Why is that? Because the oil prices aren't at the point where the gas prices should be as high as they are. They're absolutely making profit. So if you think, oh, there's a war going on, we're gonna break even because there's a war going on. No, they're charging more money. The biggest gang I know, they call the government.
European Union. What do we think about your European Green Deal? This is what we think about this. This is what we think about the Migration Pact. You're not even looking at me. That's a shame.
No, remember back then, the president couldn't control gas prices.
We want a Europe of free and sovereign nations and not a sick leftist ideology.
Yeah, so this is not the first time that Spain has been invaded by Muslims. And
I mean, what do you mean, dude? You did Butt Reagan, right? What are you talking about? Work industrial one plant. Work industrial one plant. Got to go. 16-year-old illegal got sucked into a conveyor. Died. He wasn't supposed to be on the plant until 18. Oh, he was 16. I thought you meant he was worked there for 16 years. Damn. Holly Harris is to blame for the inflation. She was tie-breaking vote for the American Rescue. That's true. Yes, he did. He started like 16 of them, Mud Butters. The class of being the healthiest food country started like hell. And the thing is, Mud Butters, are you sure it was pointless? I mean, you don't think the 54,000 people that being killed there was worth some helping? And what happens? I don't know. I don't completely disagree. The factory blamed the temp staff agency does the hiring. Yeah, you need plausible deniability. Turns out salted cake could just write food like salt could be super healthy for you if you read the ingredient. It sounds like a science experiment gone wrong. Yep, no real penalties, and that's the way it seems to be set up.
The last time, to be honest with you, history tends to repeat itself, especially when you got leftists running a country who don't understand history. Yeah, I'm not really surprised, to be honest with you, okay? These people are coming because they've been told to come.
Have I been
policy,
reported?
Right? Through the actions
reported?
Of the
I have no idea.
Leftist government. Now, you have...
But Vietnam...
members of... the European Union, they are
China keeps going
panicking,
we're not using petrol
over what's happening because they're saying, look, if all of these people are coming to Spain and Spain can't secure their border, and we don't have a real border with Spain because they have an agreement to allow borderless travel, right, between the countries, then that's a problem, right? If Spain can't handle their border, that means that our borders are in danger. So, without further ado, I want to react to Italy suspending their deal with Spain in closing their borders.
I definitely have a point to those cheap resources of slave labor. And this is our fault. This is our fault for allowing our government to work in hand with all of that manufacturing for them to go and allow them to go to countries that have slave labor, knowing we're going to pay them more money. Right, and this is why OPEC has gone away from the petrodollar. Yeah, and OPEC's falling apart. And that's also why we're changing the way the dollar works. You don't answer my butt. Why? You're telling me not to ask him questions. Why are you asking him questions? Yeah, you don't care. You don't care. Yeah.
Breaking news to bring you now. Italy has said that it has suspended the EU's Schengen free travel regime with Spain after the Ceuta migrant crisis. That statement just coming into us now that Italy has suspended its EU Schengen free travel plans, its regime with Spain, after this ongoing Ceuta migrant crisis. Nigel Nelson, I just want to bring you back in for your reaction to that.
Sugar is bad,
that's quite an extraordinary piece of breaking news.
Right, and this is one of the things that needs to be changed, James. We don't even talk about vitamins and minerals at all in health classes. We don't talk about it in school. We don't talk about it during school lunches. It's not even part of the conversation. And I think it's done for a reason, because it's so profitable to have a population not understand how their bodies work properly. After question, don't obfuscate. Hypocrite. America needs to go back and rely on self-efficiency and let the dollar die. We should be welcome for survival mode. We need to figure something out. We'll figure it out. We'll figure something out. Y'all can get farms back while disease spreads on top of drought. I think we'll be all right. We don't actually, and you have to agree that we have an overconsumption problem in America, right? Like, considering how do you think more calories are consumed than need to be consumed in America, considering how many people are overweight or obese or morbidly obese, right? Right. So do you think we can figure out how to portion that out better? Yeah, we'd be fine. Absolutely. We need to teach people properly how their body works and not get them to the point, and even like making snack food so accessible. Like, we shouldn't be selling that shit in schools. We have Mississippi River, very fertile land. Others by buying dead people in graveyards to fix phosphorus levels, and we tackled that. Yeah, way overconsumption. Right. Yeah, and I think we need to tackle that. America throws away enough food for the people. Yes, that's another huge thing. We throw away so much more food than makes it to the market. And what could be? We definitely have a huge management issue. I haven't heard anyone talking about drive less or spending less. Yeah, I try very, very hard to push that home. Especially when I talk to young people. I try to tell them that's not the way to go. You've got to invest in yourself, not in other companies. And a lot of people, like I was saying about social media, you have people that want to look in a different cast than they're actually in by overspending and putting themselves into debt. For Instagram clicks. Most of us haven't anything to spend except bills to survive. Americans don't have 1,000 in savings. That's just that. Yeah, we don't. And listen, a lot of people make enough money to have a nest egg, especially when you go into, and there's a lot of people, there's poor people, and I absolutely think we could help them properly. I think we're mismanaging a lot of stuff. And we'll get back to it. But yeah, I absolutely do think people that are spending a lot are the ones on welfare. And they're spending a lot of that money on foods that aren't conducive to a healthy lifestyle. So then they need to use the medical care that comes along with that, because it's so often the way that they get there is through their eating. I drove through entire U.S. 3 separate times over 5 hours with 80 miles per hour and seeing sunflowers. You could eat like a king dumpster. Diving in cities. What do you mean? No, the people that are on welfare are the ones that are spending a lot on food, is what I'm guessing he meant, and that's absolutely true. It's exactly what I say. Correct the people. Why do you think snack foods and McDonald's and all this stuff, the prices went up as much as they did? The amount of money that was flowing into these entities from the welfare system. And well, not just the poor in America, but also the migrants that came over during that got $10,000 to $20,000 just dropped into a cash assistance account. That was $1,000 in savings. Yeah, 500. Mud butt.
Heard all this strong language from European ministers, from the Finns, the Swedes, and the Italians. This is turning rhetoric into action now, isn't it?
Yes, and I'm not quite sure whether Giorgia Meloni can actually do that. That when it comes to suspending Schengen, that has to be an EU-wide decision rather than one that unilaterally can be taken by one country. So we'll have to see how the EU Commission reacts to what she's done. The other point there is, of course, Italy doesn't border Spain. So
yeah, I think we got. If we have plenty of manufacturing going on in America, we've got to do what other countries are doing to us to them. So I think that's definitely a good thing. That definitely moves things into a positive direction. Why do you think so much investment was done in American companies? I mean, it was because the tariffs. So have they not stay permanent once we get a bunch of manufacturing and everything here, and those things roll up? I think that'll move things in the right direction. Thank you, Papa Bear. That's a reason to quit Europe. We can't advise you to enter our own country. Thank you, man. So we'll realize this YouTuber breaks down all the spending on welfare systems. It's terrible. I know it's like vitamins, whatever, saying maybe we're in these things at food, or maybe it's food is healthy. I just don't know this 100-character thing's not going in every ingredient. Yes, right. It's crazy. It's crazy that you think that those additives will be expensive, but is it an investment in future payment into the health system? Many people thought the house would be disabled. You don't believe in much. Yeah, it's crazy.
It does seem a bit performative rather than actually realistic.
Well, I mean, I'm sure they have multiple flights from Spain, and they can reroute those flights. They can start treating those flights as international flights that are not coming from the European Union. So I'm just saying that there are multiple ways they can try to enforce this, right? Even if they don't necessarily share a physical border. Again, you got to.
Yeah, but do you think that with the AI that's used in not just like standard chatbot type thing, that do you think when that collapses, we'll still have plenty of AI to move through the industries and whatnot that will then be reliant on it? The biggest consumer of soda and snacks people. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's why they raised the prices, because you got a guaranteed customer that pretty much no matter how high. I mean, as long as you don't raise it $10 for a Snickers, bust my ass for them. I pay and drive nicer cars, but they don't have to work similar at the table. And there's quite a few people who are perfectly capable of working on disability. I mean, disability, they should be disabled. I absolutely think people that have been injured or have a mental retardation or issue like that absolutely needs assistance. And we are rich enough to do it. I think we're mismanaging our money. All of the states eliminating bicycle tax, UTO driving, the prices of all those things down. Yeah, right. That's why. If those companies want to stay in business, they will compete with the other companies. But those companies, they guys work together and they raise everything together. Immigrate, populate, irritate, dominate. Well, that's it. It's a quarter after. We'll go ahead and call it a night there. I absolutely agree with the abuse. The flip side does nothing but hurt the programs. Dakota mentioned this earlier. You couldn't comprehend. He's all right. He's all right. I think he comprehends it completely. I think he likes to troll. For people who actually need it, homeless veterans. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and there's no reason that they're not taken care of. There's no reason they're not taken care of. All right, ciao. I appreciate y'all being out here. I love y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. Have a good night. What up, Adam, brother? Sorry, we're heading off to sleep, my brother.